£9 a month with 0% APR representative.
Oh, great.
Just go. iGo.
0% APR representative on new sales of iGo
And it's so
XPay
simple,
over 48
you can
months.
install it yourself in
£169
minutes.
per month.
See,
Customer
hear
deposit
and
of
speak to whoever's at your
£169
door
when
from wherever
proposed
you
via
are
access
with
Toyota
Ring
by
Video
1st of
Doorbell.
March 2020.
Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
Optional
You
final
love tuning
payment.
for
Subject to
live
status to over
breaking
18.
news from
Indemnity may be
CNN,
required. Conditions apply.
MSNBC,
Toyota Financial
Fox,
Services.
CNBC,
The puck
and
drops.
more. But when you
12
can't catch your
players
favorite
face
show
off
as
to
it airs,
win.
it might just
Thus,
be a click away
suspense
as a
is pure
podcast.
torture.
Search
But
your
you
favorite news
wouldn't
station
miss
to
this
explore
for the
all the
world.
on-demand
TuneIn
news
brings you
shows
every
on
minute of
TuneIn.
the NHL
Are you
season.
curious what others are
Listen
listening?
live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right? Upgrade to TuneIn Premium and get over 45 commercial-free music stations. You'll also get live commercial-free news, plus live play-by-play games from NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone. It hits the foul pole.
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go. From opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
Is they have a very important economic relationship with China, summed up best by the defense minister from Australia, who said, by far, our largest economic relationship, our largest trading relationship is with China. By far, our largest security relationship is with the United States. So I think they feel that they're a bit caught in the middle. So that's something that they're wrestling with. And then the second piece of this is, well, what's your alternative? Because the Americans are saying, don't use Huawei. But we aren't really at a place where we can offer a cost-effective alternative. So there was a lot of discussion on the margins in some of these side events, including one that we, the American Council on Germany, sponsored, about how we get from here to there in terms of providing an alternative.
But John, it sounds like the stakes couldn't be much higher. You had your successor, Richard Grenell, saying, basically the president instructing him to say, if the Europeans go ahead and deal with Huawei, they'll cut them off from intelligence sharing. That's awfully serious for NATO, isn't it?
Yeah, but we didn't see that with the Brits. I mean, maybe it will happen, but the Brits tried to, in effect, have it both ways, say they won't use Huawei for anything that's sort of sensitive or security related, but they will allow Huawei components or whatever to be used for sort of non-secure activities or functions. And we'll see whether or not that works. I did speak to a couple of people from the intelligence community about that, and they said, off the record, but basically that's probably a workable solutions. So maybe that's why the administration, apart from the president's well-reported anger with Boris Johnson and frustrated phone call with him, that may be where they're coming from on that. But you're right. I mean, the stakes have been raised. I happen to, from what I've seen and the folks in the intelligence community I've spoken with, I happen to believe that this is a very serious issue. I find it stunning that the country that invented, in effect, social media and this whole new level of technology that we're into doesn't have the lead on this now. Of course, Huawei stole a lot of the wonderful IP that American companies had created over the years to help jump this far. And because of the subsidization of the company, they're able to underprice companies like Nokia and Ericsson that are also trying to do the same thing. So that's clearly something we need to address. I was encouraged by comments at our side event that Robert Blair, who's the National Security Council expert on technology, made about efforts that are being made to try to move us towards having a genuine alternative.
Let's turn back to Germany, the country that you are ambassador to as practical matter. Angela Merkel's having a bit of a trouble, I think it's fair to say, in her leadership situation. How vulnerable is she? Because it sounds like people are saying, we don't want you to last out your term as chancellor if you can't figure out what to do within the party.
Well, she's had trouble forming a coalition in the first place after the 2017 elections, and then after a series of setbacks when she decided a year and change ago to step down as party chair, and now obviously this situation where her chosen successor, AKK, Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, decided to step down as well. But I've been saying from the beginning, and I'll continue to say today, I really believe Angela Merkel will serve out her full term until the elections in September of 2021. And there are a couple of reasons for that. Number one, don't forget that she is about to assume the presidency of the European Council starting this summer. It's a 6-month term, but it's pretty consequential. And I think, a lot in the German political structure are aware of that and don't want to give up the opportunity that provides for Germany. For one thing, they have scheduled Germany hosting for the European Council a summit with China in the fall of 2020, and certainly would like Angela Merkel, with her experience and knowledge and prestige, to be chairing that. So, of course, the question is, who succeeds her? She's already indicated a while ago that she wasn't going to run again for chancellor. So who succeeds her in the party leadership? And presumably that person will then be her party, the CDU's chancellor candidate. And so there's a lot of conversation about that. My guess is that in the next couple of weeks, the CDU will announce a timetable for making that decision. It will probably end up with not the normal party conference in December, which AKK said she'd like to do. It'll be sooner than that, maybe May or June. There'll be an extraordinary party conference to choose that person. But I think everybody's cognizant of two things. Number one, that it's important for Merkel to stay in her chancellorship through, at minimum, the period of being the president of the European Council. And then secondly, I think there's a sense that while everybody I talk to, journalists, political operatives, party leaders, is about as confused about who might win this contest as Democrats are about who might earn the right to challenge Donald Trump. But one thing everybody knows for sure, the next German government will have the Greens in the coalition. And the only question is whether the Greens are at the top and have the chancellorship, or the coalition partner, perhaps with the CDU. And so there's a lot of thinking about who would be the best candidate to make sure that the CDU comes in first, or the CDU-CSU combination comes in first. So there's a lot of discussion about that. So I think we'll know a lot more in May or June, but I am confident that Angela Merkel will certainly be in the chancellorship through the end of the year. And if she is through the end of the year, it really doesn't make sense to hold elections when they're already set. I mean, in January or February when they're already set for September. So I think she'll fill out her term, and that's clearly her intention.
Right, Mr. Investor, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it. That's John Emerson. He's former U.S. ambassador to Germany under President Obama and current chairman of the American Council of Germany. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrow enjoy each other's company.
Most of us don't speak Mandarin. John, do you speak Mandarin?
I do not speak Mandarin.
I just wanted to check that.
Almost as much as they enjoy grilling economic experts.
When this is over, do you bounce back, or is there a lasting weakness to it?
Which means that you will enjoy listening.
If things get worse, we're ready to do more.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
My name is Hunter Hayes. I know myself, and I know my buzzed warning signs. One shot is about knowing my limits, or not necessarily knowing my limits.
I start with one shot to have a good time.
One of the signs that I'm starting to feel a little buzz is when I start solving not only my own problems, but the entire world's problems. When I know I'm going out, I know I'm going to start with calling for a ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. The U.S. is sanctioning a unit of Russia's largest oil producer, Rosneft, over its ties to Venezuela. Here to explain what the sanctions are and how they may affect the oil market is Simon Casey of Bloomberg News. So, Simon, thanks for being here. So I'm actually sort of surprised they hadn't done this already, but explain exactly what this Rosneft agency does.
Well, the sanctions announced today target specifically the trading arm of Rosneft. It's based in Switzerland. It also targets the chairman of that particular unit. It's effectively another turn of the screw. I mean, already there's a wide array of sanctions placed by the U.S. government on Venezuela and companies doing business, preventing them from doing business with Venezuela. But still, despite the country's oil production really, a shadow of its former self, the oil that's coming out of the country, predominantly it's going to places like China and India, it's coming via Rosneft. So this is yet another attempt to try and cut that off.
So Secretary of State Mike Pompeo tweeted about it, saying that this is Maduro's, that is the head of Venezuela, at least one of the heads of Venezuela, main lifeline to evade our sanctions. Is that overstating or is that accurate? Is this the main way that they were selling oil?
It's certainly, it's not a total overstatement, no. This is a very important source of hard cash, and Venezuela is obviously terribly dependent upon any kind of cash it can get its hands on. And it's going to hurt them for sure. But the other question really now is what is going to happen with other companies involved investing, operating, I should say, within Venezuela. Now Chevron has got a waiver from the State Department it's due to expire in April. Now, there's been a lot of speculation. Will it continue to be allowed to operate there? Yeah. They are producing a small amount of what they historically have done, but they could be on their way out.
But another screw to tighten, perhaps.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you so much to Bloomberg's Simon Casey for that report on Venezuela and Rosneft. Coming up, Balance of Power continues on Bloomberg Radio. In our second hour, we're going to talk about a new plan that could help ease inequality in schools, at least in the state of Maryland. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Prague says too many people spending nights in the city are not spending enough of them. It's expanding its campaign to put the brakes on Airbnb and other holiday rental websites, which the city says are locking locals out of the housing market and changing the face of historic neighborhoods. The Czech capital has approved a plan that calls for legislative changes allowing local authorities to restrict short leases and force the platforms to share more details about its users, including the number of guests during a stay. In London, bankers and fund managers are buying top-end luxury homes at a rate unseen since 2013. Financiers accounted for 34.6% of the homes bought for more than £2 million in the UK capital's toniest neighbourhoods last year, as concerns about the city's post-Brexit future recede. What's this? Germany is considering slapping speed limits on its autobahns. Parliament is weighing the move to curb emissions and reduce road deaths. Visit BloombergPursuits.com for more. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
When you put together the puzzle that's today's business and political environment,
Can you make a call given this swirl of data?
Is that already being reflected in the way that they're priced?
make sure you have all the pieces.
Which segments of Alphabet's business are most likely to come under scrutiny?
They're getting mixed signals from governments.
He's failed to gain traction. Will he have to abide by a subpoena?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Listen, as a hiring manager, I've got to tell you, the best job candidate isn't always the typical candidate. Sometimes they're a grad of life.
Meet the grads of life. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Sometimes the best candidates aren't the ones you're used to.
Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
25 years ago, NJIT graduate Dick Sweeney co-founded Keurig Green Mountain, a company whose incredible innovations changed the way the world brews a cup of coffee. Today, he lectures widely on business leadership and is a strong advocate for NJIT's work to combine business education with the power of STEM.
NJIT is definitely fostering the innovative thinking for budding entrepreneurs simply because that's the world we live in. NJIT is producing students that have been trained, educated, and given the business acumen to be a contributor to a company. The distinct mission is to develop great STEM scholars. The attributes I've always looked for in team members are heart, smarts, guts, and luck. So we want people with passion, intelligence, courage, and never discount luck. The student coming out of NJIT has experienced all of that.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A down day for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Back to work Tuesday after a long holiday weekend. U.S. stocks slumping. Apple warned that sales will miss forecasts. That spooked investors who had been hoping for a limited economic impact from the deadly coronavirus that originated in China. Treasuries rose. The dollar edged higher. Right now we've got the 10-year up 10.30 seconds with a yield of 1.54%. Here's where we stand in terms of U.S. equity markets. S&P down 15, a drop of 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 211 points, down 0.7%. And NASDAQ is moving lower by 0.2%. NASDAQ lower by 23 points. Gold up 1.3%, $1,601 the ounce, holding above $1,600. West Texas Intermediate crude now at $51.70 a barrel, down 35 cents, a drop there of 0.7%. Walmart higher, up 1.2%. Walmart delivered a double whammy to investors as holiday sales couldn't meet expectations, and its outlook for the current year failed to impress investors. Chuck Grom is a senior retail analyst at Gordon Haskett Research Advisors.
We've had a buy rating for a while. I mean, not just here on the fourth quarter print. I think the comp up 1.9% was no worse than feared in the EPS guide when for 2020. If you back out the 5-cent miss here in the quarter, implies low to mid single digit growth, which was basically in line with what investors expected.
And a couple of other retail notes. Macy's cut to junk by S&P. Pier 1 Imports filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Franklin Resources and Legg Mason helped pioneer asset management in the 20th century. Today, the venerable but fading name said they will combine in an effort to compete as low-cost index funds upend their industry. Gold up 1.2% again at $1,600 the ounce. 102 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. Here he is, Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Charlie. ADRs are falling more than U.S. shares. The S&P ADR index is down 0.6%, and the S&P 500 is lower by 0.4%. The UK's HSBC Holdings has fallen 5.5% in U.S. trading. The bank plans to eliminate about 35,000 jobs and take $7.3 billion of charges under a cost-cutting program focused on the U.S. and Europe. At the same time, HSBC plans to step up investments in Asia. France's Renault has dropped 11%. The automaker lost its investment-grade credit rating at Moody's Investors Service after posting its first annual loss in a decade and cutting its dividend by more than 2/3. Gold mining ADRs are higher after the precious metal rose above $1,600 an ounce in New York trading. Canada's Barrick Gold is up 3.1%, and Kinross Gold is up 4.2%. In South Africa's Anglo Gold Ashanti is up 4.1%, and Sibanye Gold is up 5.9%. And China's GSX Tech Edu has gained 9%. The online tutoring company's fourth quarter earnings and revenue exceeded analysts' average estimates in the Bloomberg survey, Charlie.
We thank you very much, Dave Wilson, following those American depository receipts. Again, recapping, S&P down 13, a drop there of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that's Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power.
We have the strongest economy by far in the world.
We're going to grow our trade relationship.
I know what's broken. I know how to fix it.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
They've got the money they need to run a very competitive race.
We've got now a real crunch few days for Brexit.
We want certainty in the markets. We want certainty in our trading relationships.
The administration is trying to create a new divided world.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
Mark Zuckerberg tells European regulators he wants more regulation of Facebook. A jury awards $250 million in damages against Bayer in a herbicide case, and it's not Roundup. And the United States threatens Europe over its dealings with Huawei. From the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio, welcome to the second hour of Balance of Power. U.S. and European leaders met at the Munich Security Conference over the weekend, and the United States laid down the law over dealings with Chinese tech company Huawei, with Secretary of State Pompeo saying the U.S. just can't be vulnerable to the Chinese Communist Party.
We can't let information go across networks that we don't have confidence won't be hijacked by the Chinese Communist Party. It's just unacceptable.
Still with us is Daniel Harris. He is co-founder of the Harris Bricken Law Firm. So, Dan, thanks so much for staying with us here. Give us a sense of how this some people call it a Cold War in tech, is playing out between the United States and China.
Okay, I'll try. So, essentially what we have is Huawei and China on the one side and the United States on the other side, with Europe and the rest of the world caught in the middle. And the United States is saying, don't buy network equipment from Huawei because it will compromise your security. And if you buy network equipment from Huawei, we, the United States, will have trouble sharing intelligence information with you because we believe that information will go to Huawei and then immediately go to the Chinese Communist Party.
And Dan, is this just inherent in a state-run economy? Essentially, is there anything special in the bylaws or the laws applicable to Huawei, or is it just saying when you have the state running the economy at any given time, they can call up the CEO of the company and says, we want this data?
The Chinese Communist Party can very explicitly, under Chinese law, call up the CEO of any company, whether it's state-owned, state-run, whatever, and say, we want to see this data. Even worse than that, the Chinese Communist Party can go to basically any Chinese citizen anywhere in the world and say, we want this data, and if you don't give it to us, you, or maybe not you because you're in the United States or wherever, but your family will start having problems.
So you advise clients, U.S. clients, but also other Western clients doing business in China. What do you advise them in terms of protecting their own interests and, for that matter, the U.S. interests against that sort of interference from the government?
Well, it's very difficult to give them any advice because in many respects it's so hopeless. And it's so hopeless that many American companies ignore this law that allows the Chinese government to force American companies in China to turn over data. So their response to that is, well, the Chinese government can do it, but they don't do it very often. In fact, they almost never do it. And I guess the answer to that is yes, they're not going to do it to the company that makes socks, but they might do it to a company that makes something very high-tech that is important to China. And truth be told, the big multinationals do not want this sort of information to be widely available because they are concerned that companies will not want to do business with their Chinese entities because of it.
From your experience, Dan, what accounts for the difference in the position between the United States and Europe? Is it that Europe has, in general, a different appraisal of the security risk? Is it that they just don't want to lose the business? Why do we have such a difference with our European allies?
Well, I think a lot has to do with pride. Europe, like the countries in Europe, like countries everywhere, do not want to be told what to do. And they do not want to be used as a pawn by either China or the United States. And let's face it, the United States has not done a very good job in wooing Europe over the last 2 or 3 years. And so when the U.S. says you need to do this, Europe is taking, I'm sure, a little bit of pleasure in saying, actually, we don't.
You also can't beat somebody with nobody. To what extent is the United States vulnerable here? Because we didn't, for one reason or another, develop some of the technology we need for 5G, unlike China and, frankly, some European companies.
Well, and that's what I don't really understand is why Europe isn't doing more to side with companies like Nokia and Ericsson. And those are the two big rivals to Huawei. Now, what I understand is that their equipment is more expensive, considerably more expensive, and some people say it's also not as good. But there has been talk within the United States of partnering with Europe to essentially subsidize Nokia and Ericsson. And it's quite possible that Europe's intransigence right now is being employed in an effort to get the United States to work with Europe on 5G rather than just against China.
So at this Munich Security Conference, we had the current U.S. Ambassador to Germany say the president instructed him to say, if in fact the Europeans deal with Huawei, they'll cut them off from intelligence sharing, which is a pretty serious threat. At the same time, didn't we make that threat to the U.K., and it's not clear that we followed through on it?
Well, it's not clear that we followed through on it, but it's also not clear yet exactly which way the UK is going to go. I suspect there is a lot of talking behind the scenes right now between the UK and the United States.
So is there a way to split the baby, that is to say, to curtail some activity with Huawei but not cut it off altogether?
I doubt it. I doubt that the United States would view that as acceptable. I mean, sure, you could buy products from Huawei that could not possibly create a back door for the Chinese government to look at data and intelligence. But those products are not really terribly important, and they're not what anyone's talking about.
Yeah, and at the same time, this is so important to President Xi as he tries to modernize and take China forward in technology. Thank you so much. Really great to have you with us today in both hours of Balance of Power. Dan Harris of Harris Bricken, and he's the co-author of China Blog as well. Coming up, Mark Zuckerberg went to Europe over the weekend and said that Facebook needs more regulation if it's to regain the trust of its users. We talk about what the reaction might have been from Margaret Vestager, who now, after all, is the EU tech czar. That's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Meet leaders are born.
What does it take to get the markets back on the rails?
Born leaders are here.
The timeline for that can be slow.
Karen Moscow.
Several nations are negotiating to evacuate diplomats.
And Nathan Hager.
How are you advising clients to navigate the shifting headlines?
Bloomberg Daybreak, weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
Are we heading into correction territory, do you think?
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Imagine being fired because of who you love. Imagine being denied medical treatment because of who you marry. Imagine being evicted because of who you are. Millions of Americans don't have to imagine this. They have to live it. Because in 31 states, it's legal to discriminate against LGBT people. Get the facts at beyondido.org. Brought to you by the Gill Foundation and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
What do you do to be an everyday superhero, like Mary?
So I know it's tempting to pour used cooking oil straight down the sink, but I spoke to the local council and they said the best way to get rid of oil or fat is to collect it, once it's cooled down, of course, in a used container. And then you can scoop it out and put it in the bin.
Cooking oils and fats block thousands of pipes every year. Save our sewers, rivers and seas by putting them in the bin, where they belong. Visit thameswater.co.uk/bin it. Together, we can care for the environment.
Are you sitting comfortably? Is your roof cascading light in the space around you? Loving that feeling as you glide over a bumpy road? If you are, you're most certainly experiencing the advanced comfort of a Citroën SUV. If you're not, take one for a comfort drive. A test drive, but way more comfortable. Citroën C3 Aircross and C5 Aircross SUV range. Now with £500 off list price and 3 year 0% APR finance. Ooh la la! Citroën. Citroën UK Limited, acting as a credit broker, not a lender. Conditional sale. Terms, eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Guarantee may be required. PSA Finance UK Limited, participating dealer stock vehicles ordered between the 3rd and the 29th of February and registered by 31st of March.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What sea sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
and tune in on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelletta. Down Tuesday on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining. S&P retreating from a record as Apple warned of production and demand disruptions due to the coronavirus epidemic. Apple shares lower now by 2.1%. S&P's down 12, a drop of 0.4%. The Dow is down 193, down 0.7%. NASDAQ down 10, a drop of 0.1%. 10-year up 10/30 seconds with the yield of 1.55%. Gold up 1.2%. $1,600 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%. Now 51.72 a barrel. Brent 57.43, down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellett. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of power continues. Once again, here's your host, David Weston.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellett. From the Interactive Broker Studio, this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. Facebook head Mark Zuckerberg went on a media offensive over the weekend, writing an editorial in the Financial Times, speaking at the security conference in Munich, and moving on to meet Chief EU Tech Regulator Margaret Vestager. And his message was clear. Give us more regulation on a range of issues to help reestablish trust in the Facebook brand.
There needs to be regulation in at least 4 areas touching our company. And they are elections and political discourse around content more broadly, content moderation, privacy and data portability.
We welcome now Kurt Wagner, who covers tech for Bloomberg. So, Kurt, you don't normally hear the CEO of a big multinational company going to a regulator and saying, we want more regulation, and not just a little bit. He listed 4 there. He also talks about liability for content. I don't know if that's in content moderation or not. This would be a fair amount of regulation, it sounds like.
It would, and I think part of the reason that you're hearing him call for this is that he sees the writing on the wall. I mean, this is coming whether Facebook participates or not, and they've taken this approach where they're really leaning into the whole process, and they're not only, speaking with these regulators, giving them ideas, talking about how this might look, but they're doing things like what you saw Mark Zuckerberg do, which is actually call for this regulation and say this is something that needs to happen, not just with us, but for the entire industry, because they want it to be a level playing field with all the competitors.
What's the biggest risk for Facebook, do you think, from their point of view, as they look at these different areas of regulation, or are they all about even?
I think the biggest one is probably in regards to, the data that they collect from users, because that's really the foundation for their entire advertising business. So let's pretend that some kind of regulation comes out that says that Facebook is no longer allowed to, collect certain information about a user's phone or their location. That could really hinder Facebook's business, and obviously not something that the company would probably want. And so I think that's part of the reason that they're being so involved here, is that they're willing to make some concessions, especially around things like user speech, right? They don't want to be the ones determining what should stay up and come down. They would actually prefer to have someone else do that for them, and they just comply. But they also want to probably protect some of their business, which is around the data collection and portability part.
So I mentioned Margaret Vestager before. She got newly expanded responsibilities that extended into tech specifically. She was competition. Now she's competition plus tech. Do we have any indication from her whether she might be inclined to go so far as to say you simply cannot collect these data, as opposed to, for example, saying you can't collect them unless people knowingly consent?
I think basically anything is possible, especially in the EU. I mean, we've seen a lot stricter regulation already in Europe than in the United States and other parts of the world. And I think that, the fact that Mark Zuckerberg flew there for these meetings and for this speech is really a sign of how seriously Facebook considers Europe, both an opportunity for them, but also a threat to them. And so we've seen GDPR, which is a more strict kind of data privacy law in the EU that we haven't seen in the United States. I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibility that could be expanded in some way, which again is why Facebook is there.
So explain something, if you can, Kurt. There's a piece on the Bloomberg, actually, talking about the EU fighting for, quote, purpose in the grand plan for tech and AI. What do they mean about purpose? Because we have the European Commission basically saying, we're not going to have AI the way the U.S. and China do. We're going to have purpose behind ours. What does that mean? Do you know?
It's a little complicated and vague, right? What does purpose mean in this sense? I think what we've seen in discussions in Silicon Valley already is what role do we want technology to be playing in shaping kind of the way that humans interact, right? I think most people would say using AI for certain things, taking down child pornography, taking down terrorist propaganda. There's no real dilemma there. That is kind of a good use of that technology, and no one really has issues with it. I think where it becomes more complicated and problematic is when suddenly you're using AI to either remove or filter political speech or even hate speech, which can be a very subjective thing. And so my guess and kind of my assumption here is that when they talk about purpose, they're really talking about where do you draw the line between using technology and where do you draw the line with real people, and that balance can be really complicated, and I think it's something that people are trying to figure out both in Europe but in the United States and other parts of the world as well.
To draw a really big generalization, Europe tends to be more inclined to have protective regulation than the United States does in all sorts of different ways. But beyond that, is there a political aspect to this? Because as a practical matter, if we have extensive regulation of big social media companies, aren't we really talking about U.S. companies? And maybe down the road, Chinese companies, but there aren't that many European companies with really a dog in the fight, are there?
No, I mean, Facebook, Google, Amazon, all of these, of course, are American companies. And then you look at who they really describe as threats. And as you pointed out, almost all of them are in China or coming out of Asia. And so I think what Europe really represents here is it's kind of a model, right? It's certainly an important market for the U.S. companies, certainly important for Facebook. They have WhatsApp as well that is big in some certain countries in Europe. But what I think Europe kind of is here is it's the first continent, it's the first group of countries to really push forward into this idea of intense regulation. And I think what happens there is probably going to shape and trickle down to some of these other countries, which is part of the reason Facebook cares so much, because, now that GDPR, for example, exists in the EU, people are using that kind of as a framework for what maybe the United States should do.
And so GDPR didn't really slow them down much, did it? There was a lot of complaining in advance, but in retrospect.
Yeah, correct. And I think part of that is, I think Facebook was involved in discussing and they had the resources to really prepare the company for what was coming. Right. We saw them roll out a lot of the products to comply with GDPR before it was ever even announced.
Goodness knows they have the resources. Okay, thank you so much to Bloomberg's Kurt Wagner. Coming up, we all knew that Bayer has a big liability problem with its Roundup herbicide, but it turns out there's a second product to add to the mix. We talked with Peter Henning. He's a law professor at Wayne State about the nature and the size of that risk. That's coming up on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Apple is suffering due to the fallout from the coronavirus. The iPhone maker warns it won't meet its quarterly sales target because the epidemic has led to slower production and weaker demand in China. And that's sending stocks lower today. The Dow is falling 188 points, S&P down 12, the Nasdaq losing 16 points. Big job cuts are coming to HSBC Bank. It plans to eliminate 35,000 jobs over 3 years as part of a cost-cutting measure. And this retail chain continues to struggle. Pier 1 Imports announced it's closing up to 450 stores, or about half of its locations, as it files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And two big money managers will join forces. The owner of the asset management firm, Franklin Templeton, is paying $4.5 billion for its rival, Legg Mason. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, work from home on a Friday jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, Soho jobs, Shoreditch jobs. Keep me away from the central line jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, never ever boring jobs. Small jobs, big jobs, lunch in Borough Market jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
The government and the NHS are prepared to deal with coronavirus. You can help too. The best way to protect yourself and others is to wash your hands with soap and water or use a sanitizer gel regularly throughout the day. Catch your cough or sneeze in a tissue, bin it, and wash your hands. If you have recently arrived back from specified areas, follow the returning traveller advice. Check the list of areas and find out more at nhs.uk/coronavirus.
Send message to Elise. Salut, sorry, I'm running late. Just in the car now. Send. I forgot the cake. Send. Actually, great news. SatNav has found a new route. See you in 10.
Message on the move in the Citroen C1 and stay connected. Experience Citroen C1, available from £149 per month with initial rental of £149. Citroen. Please drive responsibly. Citroen UK Limited is a credit broker, not a lender. Personal lease. You will not own the vehicle. Offer on field VTI 72.5 speed manual, 6,000 miles per annum. Guarantee may be required. Terms, eligibility criteria and return conditions apply. PSA Finance UK Limited.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London, Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What C sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking, and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn. The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, it's not Roundup, it's dicamba. But Bayer has to worry about it nonetheless after a $250 million judgment. I'm joined by my colleague June Grasso to get a sense of the
the litigation risks facing the major agricultural chemical company. But first, let's get a market check with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, David Weston. Here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all slumping. This after Apple's warning that sales will miss forecasts. Apple says it does not expect to meet its revenue guidance for the quarter, ending in March due to work slowdowns from the outbreak of coronavirus in China. Company says it anticipates global supply of the iPhone to be, quote, temporarily constrained. Apple shares lower now by 2.1%. After earnings, Walmart up 1.3%. It posted lackluster holiday sales, but its outlook for the current year met expectations, displaying the resilience that has kept the retailer among the industry's top performers. Franklin Resources and Legg Mason helped pioneer asset management in the 20th century. Today, the venerable but fading names said they will combine in an effort to compete as low-cost index funds upend their industry. The Federal Reserve is out with the first of this month's regional factory data. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
There could be relief for America's hard-pressed factory sector. This month's New York Fed Regional Factory Index scored the largest gain since May. Orders and shipments both up. This week and into next, look for more regional factory data from the Fed's district banks in Philadelphia, Dallas, Richmond, and Kansas City. Important pieces of the national puzzle. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
The 10-year up 10.30 seconds, yield 1.55%. Gold up 1.2%, $1,600 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, $51.79 a barrel. Again, gold up 1.2%, $1,600 the ounce. S&P down 11 now, a drop of 0.4%. The Dow down 184, down 0.6, and NASDAQ lower by 10, a drop of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. And once again, here's your host, David Weston.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. A jury in Missouri rendered the first verdict in a case claiming that the Bayer herbicide dicamba had done damage to crops. In this case, a peach orchard, and Bayer lost to the tune of $250 million. And there are at least 140 more cases like this waiting in the wings. To take us through the law and the exposure Bayer may face, welcome now my colleague June Grasso and Professor Peter Henning of Wayne State University School of Law. So, Professor, thank you so much for joining us. Start with the basics here, because I must say I've been following the Roundup cases more or less, but not dicamba. What's the basic liability here?
Well, the issue in this case is that a farmer that was near the peach orchard ended up using dicamba, and it ended up spreading over to the owner's peach orchard, and then the jury awarded $265 million. I have a hard time seeing that a peach orchard is worth $265 million. So it would not surprise me at all if the judge were to reduce the amount of that verdict and essentially tell the plaintiff, here's the amount you're going to get, and if you want to settle the case, then you can go ahead and settle it. Otherwise, we might well see a new trial in this matter.
So you were exactly speaking to where my colleague June Grasso wants to go. But before we get there, just give me a little legal background here. Is this a state tort? Is that what the basic? I mean, this is in a federal court, but maybe under diversity. But what's the cause of action? Do you know?
It's a tort action, and it is claiming that his peach orchard was ruined by the dicamba that was unfortunately spread by a neighboring farm, a neighboring cotton farm. And so the basic claim here is that you have ruined my livelihood, and that's the core issue in this type of a case. Now, whether in fact the case is really worth $265 million, that the peach orchard is worth that much, is an interesting question, because it's hard to see how. Yeah, that's
a heck of a peach orchard.
It is, and the orchard is still there. I assume it still could be used in the future. Peter, I'm fascinated by the punitive damages in this case. First of all, what did Bayer do to lead the jury to give them a punitive damage, which is meant to punish the company?
I think what happened is, and this was in a state court in Cape Girardeau in Missouri, and so you get the feeling that perhaps Bayer came in there and was a little bit holier than thou. And so the jury may well have reacted and said, look, we don't like how you treated this farmer with the dicamba being spread onto his farm, and therefore we're going to hold you responsible. Now, whether the judge will uphold the $265 million verdict is certainly going to be an interesting question. It would not surprise me if it was reduced, but I still think the peach farmer is going to make a few $1 million off of the loss of his orchard.
What's the usual ratio of punitives to compensatory? I know in New York, the appellate courts seem to follow a sort of ratio and then knock down the punitives frequently.
Usually, I mean, typically what you can see is, say, a 2-to-1 ratio that the actual damage in this case was estimated at $15 million. I could certainly see that the punitive award could get taken down to $30 or perhaps even $40 million, because judges typically don't like to see these large awards being given to someone. And so what I would expect is that we will see a reduction in the award to the peach farmer. And of course, there are 140 of these lawsuits still to come. And so really, Bayer is going to have to fight these tooth and nail, because this could become very, very costly for them if you have a series of punitive damage awards against the company.
Well, and there's 140 now, I believe. In the case of Roundup, once some of the big awards came in, there's a tendency for more complainants to show up.
Oh, certainly that's the case. And with Roundup now, you've seen that there are ads all over television about people who've developed cancer from using Roundup. And so I think what we're going to see is a number of these cases being settled in the near future. And I think for Bayer, they really need to, having acquired Monsanto, they need to get this resolved as soon as possible, because the costs for them are going to be enormous.
What is the settlement number for the Roundup settlement, to have a global settlement? Is it around $10 billion? Is that where they're looking?
Certainly, I could see it going as high as that if you've got people who can establish that they developed cancer from using Roundup. And so for Bayer, I think Bayer just needs to write a check and
a big check.
But who do they write the check to?
And a very big check at that.
But how do you organize this many cases as a project? Is this multi-districted across different districts across the country? How do you do that? 'Cause just the logistics of getting all those plaintiffs together to agree to something is pretty hard.
I would think it's not going to be easy, but because you have so many of these cases are in state court, that what you're much more likely to see is some type of global resolution by Bayer, where they're simply going to have to write a very, very large check to get this behind them. That, the acquisition of Monsanto has turned out to be disastrous.
It was mainly acquisition of a lot of lawsuits.
No one wants to buy a lawsuit, but buying Monsanto has now turned into, for Bayer, a disaster.
I think that's probably right. Hey, thank you so very much. Great to have you with us. That's my colleague June Grasso and also Professor Peter Henning of Wayne State. Coming up, income inequality affects the economy, affects politics, and affects the lives of millions of Americans. But what specifically does it mean for education? We talk with Bloomberg's Craig Torres. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com.
Taking it for a spin has changed. Giving it a whirl has changed. With £500 towards a qualifying new Vauxhall with 4.9% APR representative when you take a test drive, the rules have changed. Book your test drive this weekend. Vauxhall. New rules Britannia. Allowance provided as deposit contribution on qualifying new Vauxhalls. Conditional sale and personal contract purchase only. Subject to status. T's and C's. 18 plus Vauxhall Finance. Registered by 2nd of April 2020. Search Try Your New Vauxhall.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
It might still be cold and dark outside, but at least a new phone can brighten things up. You can get an epic iPhone 8 with a 12-megapixel camera at an epic price. At Tesco Mobile, you can get the iPhone 8 for only $19.99 a month. That's a saving of £90. So go in-store or search Tesco Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Ends 23rd of February, saving £2.50 per month over 36 months. Was £22.49. 36-month credit and rolling monthly usage agreements required. Subject to status phase. Policy applies. See tescomobile.com/terms.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone. it hits the foul pole.
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
You're doing, Rich? I was just telling everyone how great you are. Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stock slumped after Apple's warning that sales will miss forecasts spooked investors who have been hoping for a limited economic impact from the deadly coronavirus that originated in China. Treasuries rose, the dollar edged higher, S&P 500 index retreating from a record, down 13 now, a drop of 0.4%. The Dow down 210, down 0.7%. NASDAQ down 12, that is a drop of 0.1%. We've got the 10-year up 11.30 seconds, yield 1.54%. Gold up 1.3%, 16.01 the ounce on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, 51.74 a barrel. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 0.4. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back we go to Balance of Power once again. Here's your host, David Weston.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellet, live from the Interactive Brokers Studio. This is Balance of Power. I am David Weston. As we come back, President Trump right now is making some remarks. He's on his way to California for a fundraiser, but he's at Joint Base Andrews, just outside of Washington, and he is confirming that he's in fact commuted the sentence of Rod Blagojevich, that's a former governor, of course, of Illinois, and also he has pardoned Bernie Kerik, the former New York City Police Commissioner. In addition, he has expressed total confidence in his Attorney General, that is Mr. Barr. So we will keep you apprised of any further news coming out of that. That is President Trump speaking at Joint Base Andrews. But right now, let's talk about inequality. It's not just income or wealth that are becoming increasingly unequal. It's also educational opportunities and outcomes. And the state of Maryland is starting a bold new program to try to address the problem. Our colleague, Craig Torres, has taken a closer look and has a fascinating piece on the Bloomberg about the Maryland program. So welcome, Craig. Really good to have you with us. And I mean what I say. I found it utterly fascinating. Tell us what the problem is that Maryland believes it has and how it's going to try to address it.
Well, David, like many states, it has a lagging school system, and it has very diverse outcomes by counties. And at the heart of the problem is the way we fund education in the United States, which is oddly tied to real estate taxes in most jurisdictions. And so what we see is rich school districts, rich meaning, high net worth homes and stuff like this, have good outcomes. And if you're from a neighborhood that doesn't have a strong tax base, the outcomes tend to be bad. So Maryland's proposing something to kind of take this problem on head on.
But, Craig, are they trying to equalize it, or are they trying to actually remediate? In this sense, we've had that disparity, and it's been complained about. In fact, it went to the Supreme Court at one point back in the 70s. We've had that problem for some time, but there's some suggestion that even if you equalize the amount of resources between school districts right now, it doesn't make up for some of the deprivation before kids get to school.
That's a great point. And, David, I'm a Federal Reserve reporter and an economics reporter, and we talk about the need for infrastructure spending. I think what excited me when I looked at this Maryland plan, it's kind of like infrastructure spending for humans, So, Maryland's saying what every teacher says. My wife's a teacher, by the way. Kids are coming into the classroom. They're either not prepared academically or something's going on at home, and we need to fix that before we teach them anything. So, for example, one proposal is fully funded pre-K for 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds who are living in poverty, surrounding these families with even health care if they need it. So that's what kind of rang my bells about this proposal. It really is holistic, all-encompassing, addressing the problem from multiple angles.
And certainly we've all read at least summaries of those studies that talk about, for example, how many words a child hears in the home before they come to kindergarten. And the difference is just breathtaking. The difference, for whatever reason, but they tend to track poverty as a practical matter. At the same time, we've had a Head Start program in place since the 1960s. Did that work?
Apparently not, since our school system is nationally, again, it's hard to speak about a national U.S. school system. So I guess I should say many states have school systems that are lagging in international standards. So what you're pointing to, David, is like there have been many ideas about fixes to this, and we've tried a lot. But some things seem to have worked or sort of even things out, but are we making progress as a nation where we're climbing toward the best school systems in the world? The answer is no. So states like Maryland, you just got to keep trying, right?
Well, there's no question about that. And there is maybe there is nothing more important for our country, frankly. I believe this is my opinion now, but trying to educate the next generation. At the same time, do we have any best practices we can learn from? Because usually when you have a problem like this, you have to say, okay, where has it worked? Has Maryland found some instances where that's worked? It's been successful.
I visited a small school. It's a rather famous school up in the Appalachian corner of Maryland. It's called Crellin Elementary. They've received a lot of awards, national recognition. I think what's worked depends on who your kids are and who your faculty is. And so what this principal, her name's Dana McCauley, did is she integrated the environment very much into the school. I'll tell you, like maybe 60% of the population of these kids comes from low-income families. They receive free breakfast. These kids attend to orchards. That's K through 5. They attend lambs. They run a hydroponic garden. They raise trout. So it's very experiential, very much linked to the community. And if you look at the educational outcomes on reading, writing, and math, it's okay. It's probably better than you'd expect from that corner of the world. I don't think there's a simple answer, really, except figure out who the kids are, figure out what their needs are, and go after it very specifically under a big program such as Maryland's trying to push forward, of surrounding these students with care, not only academic care, tutoring, but personal care as well.
One of the challenges is how you measure progress here, because by definition, you don't know for many years. You need longitudinal studies that go on over time, and it's really hard to know. I mean, the child has to go all the way through the school system and go on, one hopes, to post-secondary education. How do we measure success? How will Maryland figure out whether it's on the right path?
So I spoke to Dr. Kerwin, the man who wrote this proposal, and I'll tell you what he said, which was striking to me. He said, look, I'm sure you're familiar with Maryland, David. It's got this big medical industry, Johns Hopkins. It's got its big sort of high-tech sector. He He said, we have a choice as a state. Either we can continue to be two societies, one poor, one getting richer, or we can be a more equitable society. So the way he would measure success is in things like lower incarceration rates, better forms of employment, people getting higher pay, economic mobility. I think those are all very tangible and worthy goals.
One quick one at the end, which might get you in trouble with your wife. The teachers union is really in favor of this, but teachers unions tend to like throwing money at the problem. Do we have accountability as well?
Yes, there is accountability in this, and I think it's going to be a big debate in the legislature. I've spoken to teachers for my story, but I also spoke to people who are in charge of the budget and do budget analysis in Maryland. Open-minded people. Mm-hmm. They're raising the same skepticism as you. Is it about more money? And what can we expect? It's not going to be an easy win.
Well, I said at the beginning, I'll say it again, a fascinating piece by Craig Torres. Craig, thank you so much for joining us today. And now it's that special time of day when we find out what's going on in Bloomberg Business Week, and we have Jason Kelly. Jason.
Here I am. We're going to talk a lot about Apple, as you can imagine. and
not in a good way, necessarily.
Not in a good way. On the other side of the ledger, Walmart making investors happy. We're going to talk about that as well. And some pardons coming through, as you just saw from the president. Some sentences. Yeah, exactly.
Some big names there.
Some big names. We're going to
making some people happy. Okay, that's coming up on Bloomberg Business Week with Jason Kelly and Kara Massa. That does it for Balance of Power today. This is Bloomberg Radio, and I am David.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, work from home on a Friday jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, Soho jobs, Shoreditch jobs. Keep me away from the central line jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, never ever boring jobs. Small jobs, big jobs, lunch in Borough Market jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
Plates. How many are you spinning today? You dart from one to the other. You steady one, another wobbles. Then suddenly you get an opportunity to spin a new one. You know better than we do how hard it is to run a business when you're on the move. Thankfully, EasyJet Plus membership means you can fast track through security and shortcut to your seat without taking your eye off the ball. Or, the plate. Search business travel by EasyJet to find out more. Fast track at selected airports. T's and C's apply.
Taking it for a spin has changed. Giving it a whirl has changed. With £500 towards a qualifying new Vauxhall with 4.9% APR representative when you take a test drive, the rules have changed. Book your test drive this weekend. Vauxhall. New rules Britannia. Allowance provided as deposit contribution on qualifying new Vauxhalls. Conditional sale and personal contract purchase only. Subject to status. T's and C's. 18 plus Vauxhall Finance. Registered by 2nd of April 2020. Search Try Your New Vauxhall.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What C sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway. We're with you.
The world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
And live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming also on YouTube. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week for this Tuesday, February 18, 2020. Carol Master along with my co-host Jason Kelly. And today, Jason, we're looking at investors taking a bite out of this year's gains thanks to Apple.
Absolutely. That is certainly a story dominating the headlines. And it's also nice to have you back.
Thank you so much. I'm alive and kicking.
Exactly. A little huskier, but, bringing a little Kathleen Turner into the studio here. All right, let's get to Charlie Pellet first.
The Kathleen Turner of 30 years ago.
Yes, of course, yeah. I'm thinking,
there's anything wrong with her today.
Romancing the Stone, Kathleen Turner. Anyway, there you go. Charlie Pellet, what's going on?
What's going on there? Just getting news now. President Trump granting clemency to financier Michael Milken. Developing stories stay with Bloomberg for the very latest there. Also commuting the corruption sentence of Governor Rod Blagojevich of Illinois. So developing stories stay with Bloomberg. We'll have more coming up for you. It is a down day here. Stocks are slumping after Apple's warning that sales will miss forecasts. That spooked investors who've been hoping for a limited economic impact from the deadly coronavirus that originated in China. Apple shares, by the way, they are pushing lower by 2.1%. S&P is down 15 now. That's a drop of 0.5%. The Dow's down 216, down 0.7, and NASDAQ lower by 20. That is a drop of 0.2%. 10-year up 11.30 seconds. The yield 1.54%. Gold up 1.2% at $1,600.59 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4, 51.85 a barrel. Again, recapping here, S&P down 15, a drop there of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser, back together again, and Apple. Little bit of worry there, but not so many worries for Walmart.
I thought this was going to be the next big corporate story today that was going to drag down the markets. Walmart shares have been bouncing around. They're up right now, so we'll get into the news we got from them that initially had investors worried, and then maybe why they're not so worried. Speaking about investors that are worried.
Yeah, worried about WWE and Vince McMahon very much on the hot seat there, of course. He is the WWE, formerly known as the WWF, back when I was a kid. At least it wasn't about...
A little wee, Jason Kelly.
A little wee Jason Kelly, cheering on Hulk Hogan, I think, back in the day.
Gotta get my head around that one.
We're going to talk about that. Also, a really cool book that came across our desk. Mm-hmm. It's by a Harvard Business School professor named Stefan Tomke. It's about experimentation and how you really need to be doing that in the workplace to get better results.
R&D, it makes a difference. So we'll get into that in just a moment. First up, though, let's set the Business Week agenda on this Tuesday. Kriti Gupta is with us, Markets Live reporter at Bloomberg News in our Interactive Broker studio, along with the one and only Dave Wilson, our stocks editor at Bloomberg News. So, Dave, we're down today.
Yeah, we are.
Is it the President's Day malaise or something?
More like the Apple malaise. The
coronavirus
malaise.
How important is Apple to the markets? We have cool functions, but Apple's big when you look at some of these indices.
Well, yeah. I just highlighted in that chart the other day about if you put together, the two biggest companies in the world at this point, Apple and Microsoft, you had 10% of the S&P 500. Suffice it to say that percentage has gone down a tad today, given that Apple's lower by 2.2%. And so you're seeing shares of their chip suppliers lower as well. Qualcomm, one example, they're down 1.6%. And the chip equipment makers, too. And the story there is not just about the coronavirus, but it's also about the possibility that the U.S. may restrict the company's ability to sell to China. It's all part of the back and forth on trade. So, Applied Materials down 3%. You've seen declines in their peers as well. So, and that's one area of the market that has seen real strength. You look back over the last 12 months, Apple up 87%, Applied Materials up 65%, Qualcomm up 70%. So, what we're seeing today, giving back some pretty substantial gains.
So, Kriti Gupta, come on in here. What is the one thing people are talking about over on the desk?
It did start off on those China headlines on Apple, not a positive note, but it also extended declines when we saw that the U.S. was sanctioning Rosneft. That was a really interesting market trade that no one saw coming.
Why is it interesting? Why do we need to know? Why do we care?
You need to know because it moved the markets more than anyone expected it to. And it's still, for me, it's still a little bit unclear as to why it did, because Venezuela has been a hot topic for a while now. We've known that the U.S. is not on the best terms with Venezuela, of course.
Right.
But we didn't realize it would go to the point where they would sanction Rosneft. And also, this is coming when Russia is also halting transport from China into Russia. So I think that some of the global focus that we have on China actually needs to shift into Russia a little bit and see what's the relationship like between U.S. and Russia right now.
What are you watching, Carol Master?
What am I watching? A couple of stories. First of all, I think it's interesting that the German investor confidence plunged. And I just think, if we're looking for, we count on Germany to kind of keep Europe going. And I think we continue to see kind of chinks in that armor. So I think I get a little concerned about what that means for the European outlook and what that means more broadly as we continue to deal with the coronavirus and maybe some concerns about the outlook going forward. And I do want to mention, can I do two?
Please.
Since I was out for like a week and I lost 5, I'm going to just...
You're making up for lost time. I like it.
There's an interesting story. Liz Kaplan-McCormick, I love her work, and she talks about Apple and their revenue warning has more investors going into government debt as a haven with demand most pronounced in longer maturity. So she's talking about how it's like flattening the yield curve. And I just think this is just a reminder. The virus is one of those things, too, that things can kind of come out of left field and it can change the dynamics in the financial markets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jason Kelly?
I
have 4 more to get from last week, but we'll deal with that later.
I am totally taken by these headlines by Trump pardoning Michael Milken. Mike Milken, who, of course, is one of the best known names in finance, certainly for those of us who've been doing this for a while. Created the junk bond market, has had arguably one of the greatest second acts in American business, certainly in Wall Street history, and creating this massive philanthropic enterprise, the Milken Global Conference, where we were last year. We'll be there again this year. This is a big deal. I mean, this is something everybody on Wall Street is going to be talking about for sure.
It's funny in the newsroom, too, and I don't know if you guys were talking about this as well. I know, Jason, you were like, as they were breaking, I couldn't tear you away from your desk, but it was, someone was saying, well, I thought this happens like at the end of a presidential tenure. So the timing is kind of interesting, and I don't know, does the president just get to do this? June Grosso was talking, our legal expert, he can do it whenever he wants? Nobody else has to sign off on it. That's right. I don't know. Dave, what do you think? Well, you remember the Milken era, and then building up that market, and then the kind of the undoing of him, not so great.
And the undoing of his firm along with that, Drexel Burnham. So
Drexel Burnham Lampert is one of the sort of family trees of modern Wall Street in many ways. You think about Leon Black, you think about Bennett Goodman, you think about so many people who sort of went through that firm. Kenny Moelis, like I could go on and on and on about this. Maybe.
Yeah, no, totally. And to be fair, I don't think he was ever charged. He was indicted for racketeering and securities fraud in an insider trading.
That's right.
So he was never charged with insider trading, but it was just all part of that whole scandal.
Anyway, we're hopefully going to talk a little bit more about that later on. I'm certainly going to be watching it very closely. All right. Thanks to Kriti Gupta, of course, our cross-asset reporter.
Go ahead.
What?
No,
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Please.
No, finish.
We're out of sync. We've been away. We've been apart from each other. And Dave Wilson, you'll be back with us in a little bit while for your chart and stock of the day.
I was going to say, do you want the Kathleen Turner voice to do the bite of the day?
Please.
All right. Please, he says. It's time for the Bloomberg Markets, our Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day. One number that tells us a lot. Today's number, a nice round one, Jason Kelly, 1,200.
Yep.
Tesla's potential to become a key battery supplier for electric vehicles has prompted a bearish analyst on the car maker to nearly double his bull case for the share. So listen to this, everyone. Morgan Stanley analyst Adam Jonas increased, not related to the Jonas Brothers, I don't believe, increased his most optimistic projection for Tesla to $1,200 a share from $650 a share. That's crazy. That's about 50% above the U.S. company's roughly $800 closing price Friday, would give Tesla a market capitalization of $220 billion.
Yeah.
So even the bears are just throwing in the towel.
I know. It's amazing. We're going to talk a little bit later in the show, I think, about Cathie Wood. Great
calls. And she's made these calls for a long time.
Great column by Matt Winkler about her over at ARK Investment. First, let's get to Bob Moon. He's got world national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason Carroll, a flurry of presidential pardons today. Among those granted clemency by President Trump, financier Michael Milken, who became a leading philanthropist after his conviction on security charges. Former NYPD Commissioner Bernie Carrick, who was convicted of ethics violations. And Trump commuted the sentence of Rod Blagojevich, the former Illinois governor convicted of trying to essentially sell Barack Obama's former Senate seat. Trump also granted a full pardon today to former San Francisco 49ers owner Edward DeBartolo Jr., who pleaded guilty in an extortion plot involving a casino license. Former 49ers wide receiver Jerry Rice said little about DeBartolo Jr.'s crime, but praised Trump for the pardon, citing how many Super Bowl wins the team owner contributed to.
Eddie was like that 12th man that was on that football field. And you know that this guy, you know, he wanted us to win. And I think he's the main reason why we won so many Super Bowls.
The Hall of Famer met with the president today at the White House. A jury in New York City has started deliberating the fate of movie mogul Harvey Weinstein on sexual assault charges. Weinstein's lawyers contend the acts were consensual. They focused on meetings some of his accusers had with him after the alleged assaults. Attorney Gloria Allred, who represents multiple alleged victims, acknowledged such contact by one of her clients, Mimi Haley, but said she hopes the jury puts it in perspective.
It was relatively minimal. It doesn't mean that what she alleged didn't happen.
Weinstein could face a maximum sentence of life in prison if he's convicted of the most serious charges. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Bob Moon.
Two people who are as fascinated by the markets as you are.
What's your sense of the competitive landscape in the cloud business?
Lisa Abramowitz.
People are talking about potential regulatory pressure.
And Paul Sweeney.
Are you seeing flows into ESG ETFs?
Bloomberg Markets.
What's your main conversation today with some of these corporate executives?
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern.
They're spending a lot of money there.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
You know your body, and you know when something's off, when something doesn't feel quite right. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, rashes, and fever. They could be signs of lupus. Listen to your body. Take care of yourself. We're here to help you take control of your health. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Pancake Day is flipping fun. Pancake Day is Stella. This day will be a yummy one. 'Cause pancakes love Nutella.
Pancake Day is nearly here. Gather friends and family to enjoy some delicious pancakes on Tuesday, the 25th of February. And don't forget, pancakes love Nutella.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London, Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What C sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking, and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, another election story, but this one with a twist.
We need changing, gotta check me a vote. I got LGBT rights and I'm a legalized dope. America's going broke and I ain't gonna sit back. While Creepy Joe looks at little girls like they some snacks.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone!
the foul pole. Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
To learn more about Pershing's integrated wealth experience. Pershing LLC and Pershing Advisor Solutions LLC are both members of FINRA and SIPC.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at Babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It is a down Tuesday. Stocks are slumping after Apple's warning. Sales will miss forecasts. We've got Apple shares trading lower now. Apple is down by 2.1%. S&P is down 0.4%, down 13 points at 3366. Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 205 points. That is a drop right now of 0.7%. Nasdaq is down 15 points for the Nasdaq Composite Index. That is a drop of 0.2%. 10 years up 10.30 seconds. Yield now 1.55%. Gold advancing 1.2%, holding above $1,600 the ounce at $1,685. Crude oil having a down day. West Texas Intermediate falling 0.2% right now, $51.92 a barrel. So again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq all trading lower. S&P 500 index down 13. That is a drop of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
That may be the case, but it's definitely spoiling the markets today, and especially if you're trying to be bullish in this environment. For the second time in as many years, Apple had to temper its sales outlook because of unexpected shifts in China. This country is so important to Apple. Let's get into this story, which dominated the most read on the Bloomberg this morning when we were reading in. For a smart perspective, we've got Tom Giles. He's Bloomberg Technology Executive Editor, joining us from our 960 studio in San Francisco. So, Tom, how do you see this news from Apple? Because investors seem to be a little bit worried today.
Yeah, it is a down day. You're absolutely right.
this is something that you probably could have seen had you been following the news on Apple. They talked about closing stores. They talked about having a wider sales forecast for the current quarter than they usually put out there related to the coronavirus. We knew that getting back to factories was taking longer than expected. And so, yesterday, there were a lot of signs that yesterday's announcement was in fact coming. And that's probably why the stock isn't down more than it is at the moment. It was at the, pre-market looked like it was going to be a bigger dip. But a lot of analysts have come out and said, longer term, we remain bullish on Apple and its prospects.
And so, Tom, it's worth reminding folks, and you and the team know this better than anyone. The supply chain, as Carol is alluding to, it's a massive part of the global tech infrastructure. Is this something where, when Apple sneezes, all of tech gets a cold?
In many ways, yes. You saw once this warning came out, once the Japanese opened, how we were all logged on last night working on the story and working on follows, and you could see the shares of some of their suppliers right in Tokyo starting to take a dip. So you're absolutely right. What's interesting about China, there's a lot of things interesting about the China supply chain story, and one of them is this is Tim Cook's legacy at Apple. This is his claim to fame. He is a longtime Apple veteran. And long before he became the CEO, he was stitching together this carefully orchestrated supply chain, efficient, low cost, and really the envy of the technology industry worldwide, because but it also creates, there's a downside to it, and that is you are dependent on China. And we've seen that play out both with the trade war over the last several years since Trump became president, and now with the coronavirus. And it shows that China, which was once the envy and still remains in many ways the engine of a lot of Apple's growth. Remember, they account for almost 20% of total revenue, is just not as reliable as it once was, because you have these unpredictable factors like trade war, like the coronavirus.
And yet Tim Cook and Apple remain committed to China and the Chinese supply chain.
That's right. And you can't just yank your production out of China. There are millions of people who are part of this in China, millions of people in the population. You can't just, suddenly wake up and say, hey, we're moving everything to Indonesia and Thailand, or even India, which is another huge country. There are opportunities for that to happen, but you just don't turn this on a dime. This is something that was built up over many, many years, and so if you do shift, it just isn't going to happen overnight. But I think what the trade war did is it caused everyone to rethink, and we've written a lot from our bureaus throughout Asia about how a lot of people are asking themselves, how can we hedge the China bet in some form or fashion? How can we take a little bit of production, maybe not all of it, but maybe we look at using Foxconn in India. Sarita Rai, my colleague in India, did a really nice piece about Foxconn's operations there and the possibility. Again, I highlight the possibility. We're not seeing the shifts happening in any fundamental way, but the possibility that Apple might one day make iPhones in India.
And so, Tom, from a broader perspective, from a tech perspective, how do you guys get your arms around a story like this? It's so fast moving, and obviously Apple is the big kahuna in many ways, but you referenced all our colleagues around the world. How do you organize something like this?
Well, the great thing is that we do have people on the ground in a lot of these places. And so the big story that we did overnight was Mark Gurman, who covers Apple, but he worked in really close coordination with Debbie Wu, who covers the supply chain, and Gao Yuan, who's based in Beijing. And all of these reporters together put together a nice story with some great tidbits. Things like, for example, as Foxconn hires, it's really taking a hard look at its pool of labor and where it hires from, and to what extent it can hire from some of the regions that have been more affected versus shifting to some of the regions that have been less well affected. And going forward, we're going to be keeping a really close eye on a couple of things. One, how quickly the stores, Apple has 42 stores in China. How quickly are they going to get reopened? And how heavy is the foot traffic going to be? We all see the scenes from Beijing and other parts of China outside Wuhan that are very, very slowly coming back, getting back to full speed. And we're very, very far from the kinds of activity, commerce, tourism, all these areas of industry that are affected, taking a really long time to come back online.
All right, Tom, always appreciate your insight. Tom Giles, he is our executive editor at Bloomberg Technology, joining us from our 960 studio in San Francisco. Check him out on Twitter at TS Giles, Giles. Apple shares, they were down as much as 3.2%, now just down about 1.9%, so definitely off their lows of the session, but still dragging down the market. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about SoftBank and another mistake. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. As Boeing struggles to navigate the crisis surrounding the 737 MAX, a forthcoming documentary will bring fresh scrutiny. The film will look at the two crashes that killed nearly 350 people and led to the grounding of the jet. S&P is raising doubts about Macy's turnaround efforts. It cut Macy's credit rating to junk, saying pressure is mounting for Macy's to adapt to the changing retail environment and that it falls on the wrong side of changing consumer preferences. Intel reportedly is looking to sell a business that makes chips for home internet access. Sources say it's in talks with Max Linear about a deal. Intel has been looking to reduce its footprint in areas where it's not competitive. It's been a down day on Wall Street as Apple's sales warning raised new worries about the coronavirus. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 218. The S&P 500 is down 15. The Nasdaq Composite down 19. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Right now, Doctors Without Borders medical teams are operating in some of the most remote and dangerous corners of the world. When front yards become front lines, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals, that's where we operate. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscription.
LED headlights, heated front seats, 2-zone climatronic control. Selected Volkswagen Golf models now have more extras squeezed into them than ever before. And during our golf event from the 14th to the 29th of February, we'll also squeeze in a £500 customer saving and 0% APR.
With Solutions Personal Contract Plan available on stock vehicles only, ordered by 29th February 2020 and handed over by 31st March 2020. 18 plus subject to status. Excludes all Golf 8, Estate and SV models. Indemnities may be required. Volkswagen Financial Services. Visit volkswagen.co.uk.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, another election story, but this one with a twist.
We need changing. Gotta check me a vote. I got LGBT rights and I'm a legalized dope. America's going broke and I ain't gonna sit back while Creepy Joe looks at little girls like they some snacks.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone. The Rim. or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone. It hits the foul pole.
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, zoom, not so much, at least when it comes to this SoftBank-backed pizza delivery startup. This is quite a tale.
Not quite WeWork Chapter 2, but still not great.
Not great. We're going to get into that in just a minute. First, Charlie Pellet is back. He's got an update on the trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Jason Kelly. Keeping an eye on the NASDAQ Composite Index. Straight line up in the past 10 minutes or so. NASDAQ on the plus side, reversing earlier losses, turning higher for the first time this session. Up barely, but up nonetheless. Green on the screen now with NASDAQ up by 1 point at 97.32. We've got the Dow, the S&P, both trading lower right now. Stock slumped after Apple's warning that sales will miss forecasts spooked investors who'd hoped for a limited economic impact from the deadly coronavirus that originated in China. Apple shares, they're slumping now by 1.8%. Apple now at $319.05. On the plus side today, Walmart shares, they are advancing by 1.6% at $119.72. Walmart delivered a double whammy to investors as holiday sales couldn't meet expectations and its outlook for the current year failed to impress investors. Apple shares, Walmart shares, they're up now by 1.7%. Massive job cuts at HSBC. It's slashing about 35,000 staff, 15% of the total, and it'll take about $7 billion in charges while it doubles down on Asia, source of most of the bank's profit. It also cut its operations in the U.S. and Europe. HSBC's ADRs, American Depository Receipts, traded here in the United States, down by 6.6%. Allison Williams is a senior bank analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence.
We view this, especially some of the cutbacks in some of the investment banking businesses where they're less of a strong player, as positive for the remaining players, because when you have people that aren't making as much money pull out, it tends to make the business more profitable for those that stay.
And Franklin Resources and Legg Mason helped pioneer asset management in the 20th century. Today, the venerable but fading names say they will combine in an effort to compete as low-cost index funds upend their industry. Gold up 1.2% now, $1,600 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, up 6 cents now, $52.11 a barrel. The 10-year up 9/32 with a yield of 1.55%. Recapping Apple shares, they are lower by 1.8%. Walmart up 1.5%. S&P down 9 now, a drop of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yes, it is. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Jason Kelly right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Because she stands in the kitchen and makes me all those great big pizza pies now. Pizza.
All right, I love pizza. I'm just going to admit it. I know you love pizza. Pizza night at your house probably put on hold last week as you got better.
I did.
But there's an eggplant pizza waiting for you at the end of this week. In any case, it's probably not going to be delivered by Zoom because that company has really taken a turn. SoftBank backed, I should say. $375 million went into this company. Sarah McBride joins us from Washington to tell us all about it. So this feels like a little bit of a cautionary tale, and also kind of a reminder that SoftBank hasn't had a great couple years in some regards.
Yeah, that's right. Zoom was, of course, a much smaller bet than WeWork, but still the disasters are kind of piling up here. It had to cut back altogether its pizza business, which was really its only revenue generating business. And now it's going to focus on packaging, but it had this big dream of cooking pizzas in special vans on the way to people's houses. It had lots of vans, a double-decker converted London bus for a pizza truck, and now all that is out the window and packaging the new future for Zoom.
All right, so okay, and SoftBank, they made how much of an investment? Just remind us how much money they put into it, and you know, what's the outlook, Sarah, for this company at this point?
Right. Well, the CEO of the company, this guy, Alex Garden, personally drove in a pizza truck to the Woodside estate of Masayoshi Son's house. I think that estate is probably more used to Rolls Royces and sleek black SUVs, but still, he drove up in a pizza truck. Apparently, Masa loved his tour of the truck so much, loved the idea that the pizzas were made with robots. And Alex Garden drove away with the promise of $375 million, maybe more. The problem is delivering the pizzas didn't quite pan out. It turns out if you're trying to cook hot melting cheese and you take a turn in your truck, all the cheese slides to one side with whatever toppings it's holding, kind of a disaster. So then they had to revert to just cooking pizzas standing still the old-fashioned way, and then drive them to your house. So they lost their differentiating factor. And they do apparently have a pretty good compostable pizza box, and they're working on other types of compostable packaging. So far, no customers announced, but that's their one business line they're really going to focus on now.
And so, Sarah, as someone who watches this world so closely, sort of the startup world, the tech world, certainly the SoftBank world, what's the lesson here? What's your takeaway?
Well, I think there are two lessons. On the one side, for SoftBank, they do have a tendency to kind of over-invest in people and company founders who maybe don't have a ton of experience in what they're doing. Alex Garden had no restaurant or delivery experience. He had a gaming background. And if that person can just talk a really good game, and Masayoshi Son personally likes the founder, then they get money. And SoftBank's controls seem to loosen up in a situation like that, which is not great. And then second, for the founder, there are a lot of founders who think, oh, I'm smart and I'm well connected, and if I just had a check, I could make this idea pan out. And a lot of things are much harder than they look on the surface. So two lessons there.
Well, and you do wonder about, right, being a charismatic leader, great, and all that stuff, and investors might want to put money into you, but you do wonder about throwing so much money at someone as they're starting up a business, you know, whether or not that creates the hunger that maybe is necessary to really think through a situation and make it work. So there's so many great details in your story, and we highly recommend that everybody go to the Bloomberg or Bloomberg.com to read it, and also pick up the magazine because it's on newsstands as we speak, and it's featured in the magazine. Sarah, thank you so much. Sarah McBride, she is venture capital reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from our bureau in the nation's capital. But it's, you know, I do wonder about, right? There's so much money floating around. We talk about it in the private market. So what's the result of that? And is it a WeWork? Is it a Zoom? What are you looking at me funny?
No, I'm just saying, and people love pizza, so you can understand how a deal like this gets funded to the tune of lots of money. All right, let's get to Bob Moon now, World National Headlines.
Jason, thank you very much. President Donald Trump today commuted the 14-year prison sentence of former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, calling the sentence ridiculous. Blagojevich was convicted of political corruption. just months after he appeared on Trump's reality TV show, Celebrity Apprentice. Also pardoned by the president today, financier Michael Milken.
Mike Milken, who's gone around and done an incredible job for the world with all of his research on cancer, and he's done this, and he suffered greatly. He paid a big price, paid a very tough price.
Also pardoned today by the president, former NYPD Commissioner Bernie Kerik, who was convicted of ethics violations, and former San Francisco 49ers owner Edward DeBartolo Jr., who pleaded guilty in an extortion plot involving a casino license. European leaders heard from the Trump administration, as well as Speaker Nancy Pelosi, to distrust the Chinese telecoms giant Huawei at a security conference in Munich, Germany. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports from the White House.
The Europeans face Chinese threats of economic retaliation, as well as security issues. Former U.S. Ambassador to Germany, John Emerson, who attended the conference, said in a Bloomberg interview,
I think they've bought into the idea that it's not just important to have 5G, it's important to have a secure 5G. The Americans are saying don't use Huawei, but we aren't really at a place where we can offer a cost-effective alternative.
That's because China, Emerson said, heavily subsidized its telecoms industry and stole technology. At the White House, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
25 years ago, NJIT graduate Dick Sweeney co-founded Keurig Green Mountain, a company whose incredible innovations changed the way the world brews a cup of coffee. Today, he lectures widely on business leadership and is a strong advocate for NJIT's work to combine business education with the power of STEM.
NJIT is definitely fostering the innovative thinking for budding entrepreneurs simply because that's the world we live in. NJIT is producing students that have been trained, educated, and given the business acumen to be a contributor to a company. The distinct mission is to develop great STEM scholars. The attributes I've always looked for in team members are heart, smarts, guts, and luck. So we want people with passion, intelligence, courage, and never discount luck. The student coming out of NJIT has experienced all of that.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Taking it for a spin has changed. Giving it a whirl has changed. With £500 towards a qualifying new Vauxhall with 4.9% APR representative when you take a test drive, the rules have changed. Book your test drive this weekend. Vauxhall. New rules Britannia. Allowance provided as deposit contribution on qualifying new Vauxhalls. Conditional sale and personal contract purchase only. Subject to status. T's and C's. 18 plus Vauxhall Finance. Registered by 2nd of April 2020. Search Try Your New Vauxhall.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Upgrade to TuneIn Premium and get over 45 commercial-free music stations. You'll also get live commercial-free news, plus live play-by-play games from NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone who
had to be independent and take initiative, and that's how I handle every project I get.
Discover new ways to develop great talent at gradsoflife.org. Brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong.
Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are change and volatility, you need a prime broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and advocating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing, LLC. Member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks off their session lows. NASDAQ is now higher. We've got the Dow and the S&P both on the minus side. Stocks slumped after Apple's warning that sales will miss forecasts. Spooked investors who'd hoped for a limited economic impact from the deadly coronavirus that originated in China. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index down 7, lower by 0.2%, 33.72 on the S&P. The Dow down 151, down 0.5%. NASDAQ, as I mentioned, higher now, up by 6 points. That is a gain of 0.1%. 10 years up 9.30 seconds, yield 1.55%. Gold up $19 the ounce. That's a gain of 1.2%. Ounce of the precious metal holding above $1,600 right now, $1,600.74. Crude West Texas Intermediate up 0.1%, 52.10 a barrel. Brent 57.78. That is a gain of 0.2%. Recapping: NASDAQ higher, S&P and the Dow both trading lower. S&P down by 7, a drop of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Jason Kelly right here on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Vince McMahon, damn it, let's hear it!
You will worship me.
And that, of course, as he pointed out, is the sultry sound of Vince McMahon. Yeah, a little aggro there. He's got a lot to be aggro about these days because business not going so well. Felix Gillette is here with us, media, entertainment, telecom editor, so much more here at Bloomberg. All right, so WWE falling on some difficult times. It all comes down to Mr. McMahon to some extent.
It does. And, a year ago, WWE was really flying high, and suddenly there are all these concerns about McMahon, about the streaming network, which has lost 10% of its subscribers over the past year. The stock price has lost a third of its value this year. Ticket sales are slumping. So there are all these concerns, all of which come back to management in one level or another.
So what is he doing wrong? What is he ignoring? Or is it just the environment where people have a lot of choices and maybe we've moved beyond, despite Jason Kelly loving it when he was a kid, maybe we've all moved beyond it.
I think one of the big concerns is the launching of the XFL football league, which McMahon is running through a separate company, Alpha Entertainment, but people are concerned that it's just, taking up a bunch of his time. He recently let go of the co-presidents of WWE, so he actually has less help now. And the thing about Vince McMahon, which anyone knows if you've gone to any of these matches, is that he really is so involved in the storylines of the wrestling. And there's a feeling that, the wrestling storylines have gone stale. Part of it is that there's just so much on TV right now.
That's
They're doing,
my point, right?
3 live shows a week. That's 7 hours of scripted programming that they have to do every week.
Yeah.
And there's just a feeling that's oversaturated, and it would help to bring in fresh talent as opposed to getting rid of the help on WWE.
Well, and there's also this, and I am interested in your perspective on this, Felix. There's also this sense of WWE doesn't feel very, shall we say, 2020. And yet we know, as you said a year ago, it was really soaring. How does it fit into, dare I say, the current zeitgeist?
Well, part of it is that, they made this big deal about expanding overseas, and they were going to go into India and the Middle East. That hasn't really panned out the way they planned. They also made a huge bet on their streaming platform 6 years ago. Before anyone was really doing this, they took all their big pay-per-views, like WrestleMania, moved them off of cable and onto their streaming platform, and they got a lot of pickup initially. But now the problem is that you have Disney Plus, you have Netflix, you have all these huge giant streaming services. Much harder to get attention for standalone streaming services like WWE, and the fact that they're losing subscribers is, I think, a big concern.
Do they just need their kind of Game of Thrones? In other words, they need somebody who's just like, oh my God, did you see what so-and-so did the other night? Do they need a star?
Part of it comes back to talent. John Cena was the biggest star in WWE universe for the past decade. He's really just disappeared to Hollywood. He's in all these comedies now. He hasn't wrestled in over a year. And so they tried to, make Roman Reigns the next big star, and he got leukemia, so it wasn't really the league's fault, but he was out. They've had some big injuries, and it is a moment where, I think WWE to cross over has to have one giant star that pulls in casual fans.
All of that, though, is fixable. That's what I'm wondering, though. Has it run its course? Are we just I
think when analysts have asked McMahon, okay, well, what are you going to do about this? He's downplayed. Oh, it's not a concern. We're making more money than ever. But I think, he has acknowledged that maybe they'll make a strategic decision to change some of the distribution. And he's signaled a willingness to perhaps sell some of those big former pay-per-view events like WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, SummerSlam to one of these streaming services. And since all these streaming services are fighting for attention and subscribers, they might be willing to overpay and just throw a huge amount of money to it. UFC signed this big deal with ESPN Plus, and people have said, well, that could be a model. WWE could just break out a couple of their big events, sell those to a different streaming platform. Yeah, they'd lose some subscribers in the short term for their own streaming platform, but they'd still have all their archival footage. So that might be one way to get out of this. At the same time, I think they do need a star, because in the end, the oversaturation isn't going to be solved by just adding more wrestling into the cultural mix.
Not more, just not quantity, but quality.
Right, and in terms of that sort of quantity and quality, I wonder, Felix, if you'll indulge us and give us your read on sort of the streaming wars as they stand right now, because this really does fit into this sort of broader question. We were talking earlier today with Lucas Shaw about some of his reporting about YouTube recently, and so much of it is about just like this fight for time and eyeball.
Yeah, I think it's emblematic of this world in which even giant services are struggling to get enough attention, to make money. And WWE is a big business, but on their own, I think it's difficult for anybody at this point. And I think there's been a realization, okay, maybe going their own way and streaming is not going to work out, and you need to team up with one of these giants. I mean, maybe NBC would make sense. WWE's done a lot of work with NBC over the years.
So bottom line, does Vince McMahon need to step aside?
Well, he has a perfect successor in place. I mean, his daughter, Stephanie McMahon, and her husband, Triple H, who was a great wrestler and also has been in charge of all the talent development in recent years. They're perfect. I mean, they're really plugged into the whole business. They've been personalities on air. They know it backwards and forwards. I think a lot of people would just say, step aside, give them more control over the storylines, let them bring in some fresh talent, and let them really step up and run this business.
All right.
So is that a yes?
Well, we'll see what Vince. I don't think he's ready to let go anytime soon.
All right. It's really, really good stuff. Thank you so much. A good story and catching a lot of attention on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. And that's where you can check it out. Felix Gillette here with us. Yes.
Stock's down 28% this year. So it's, investors just kind of waiting for something to happen. And that's after losing about 13% last year. So, they're obviously waiting, for that turnaround.
Coming up, we are going to get some news from the world of economics. We're going to check in with Kathleen Hayes and Andrew Husby, and just continuing to follow. I'm watching Max Abelson up there on Bloomberg Television talking about Mike Milken, the pardon coming. This is the story that really, I think, is dominating all the chatter around Wall Street right now. This series of pardons and commutations that came from the president, Mike Milken, sort of above and beyond for everyone here on Wall Street, the name that everyone's looking at. There was a long statement from the White House, a long statement from Mike Milken showing his gratitude to the president. The list of people, we'll get into this a little bit later, the list of people that the president cited who had sort of gone to bat for Mike Milken and really made a case for this pardon, it is really something to behold. We'll bring you that later.
We'll dig into that, that's for sure. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Jason Kelly, right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Let's get this right, sir. You didn't see three men dressed as clowns take off in a van with a Renaissance painting because you were distracted by, and I quote, a sporty red compact SUV with a bold mesh grille, a sculpted bonnet with sweeping roofline on diamond-cut alloys.
And beautiful rear haunches.
So, you saw a Jaguar E-Pace. But what about the clowns?
What clowns?
Jaguar E-Pace, designed to steal attention. Search Jaguar E-Pace.
At the Bank of Santander, they've created Stan, a smart bot that can predict the future of remortgaging.
All right, Stan, will my mortgage rate go up?
1955 was the last time Newcastle won the cup.
No, and try not to mumble.
Playing, let's get ready to rumble.
Oh.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they can't predict your future, but they'll help secure it with great mortgage rates fixed for up to 10 years. See what's possible at Santander.
Early repayment charges apply. Lending subject to status and criteria. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
Financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Tuesday, February 18th. It is a down day for the U.S. stock market. The Dow and the S&P 500 index, they are both lower. But on the plus side for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up 7 points now. That is a gain of 0.1%. S&P slumping 7, down 0.2%. Dow Industrials off their session lows, down by 149 points for the Dow. That is a drop right now of 0.5%. Stocks fell after Apple warned that sales will miss forecasts. That spooked investors who've been hoping for a limited economic impact from the deadly coronavirus that originated in China. We've got the 10-year up 9/32, yield now 1.55%. Gold rallying 1.3% now, $16.01 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude lower, little change, down 2 cents now, $52.04 a barrel. Investors will soon get a more detailed look at the Federal Reserve's outlook for interest rates. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Minutes of the Fed's January policy meeting will be issued Wednesday. Bloomberg Economics says the minutes could hint at what it would take for Fed officials to alter plans to hold rates steady as they did in January. Material change, they call it. The Fed cut rates 3 times last year to boost the economy. The White House wants more. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Apple does not expect to meet its revenue guidance for the quarter ending in March due to work slowdowns from the outbreak of coronavirus in China. The company said it anticipates global supply of the iPhone to be, quote, temporarily constrained. Apple shares, they are declining now by 1.7%. Walmart posted a lackluster holiday sales, but its outlook for the current year met expectations, displaying the resilience that has kept the retailer among the industry's top performers. Right now, Walmart shares, they're pushing higher by 1.5%. Some of the other stories we're following: Macy's cut to junk by S&P. S&P says the downgrade reflects its view that Macy's improvement trajectory is weaker than its prior expectations. Recapping, the Dow and S&P both lower, S&P down 8 points. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, let's do a little Business Week economics now. The team here: Kathleen Hayes, Global Economics and Policy Editor for Bloomberg, and Andrew Husby, U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics. Kathleen, I want to start with you. Obviously keeping a very close eye on coronavirus these days, especially in your work with Daybreak Asia. How's it all playing through the bond market? What are you seeing out there?
Well, it's really a clear connection today for the bond market to the stock market. Stocks fell. They've recovered, some of the losses. So bonds aren't quite as high as they were, but you've got the 10-year note up a quarter point. You've got the 30-year bond up 0.75 of a point. But, this started with the announcement from Apple overnight that they were not going to meet their quarterly guidance issued as recently as January 28th, as you guys have been talking about all throughout the show, I'm sure. And they can't meet it because of the coronavirus, because of supply constraints, because of less demand in China, et cetera. So, and it's interesting, I think there's been this argument in the markets, there could be this V-shaped recovery. Stimulus is put in, people recover. But our Tom McKenzie reporting from Beijing overnight, talking about the fact that, people have moved to different cities. People are not necessarily just going to go right back marching into the factories and everything get going quickly again. So there could be a bit of a slowdown. And I think because this is all playing through the bond market, global slowdown, Japan GDP lousy last week, down 6%. You've got German investor confidence down. The global risk, Rob Kaplan, president of Dow's Fed essay, mentions that today in his upbeat view of the economy. Too early to tell what it's really going to mean for the rest of the global economy in some, but it's there.
We just don't know. So, Andrew, come on in on this. Yep. Andrew Husby with us as well, U.S. economist with Bloomberg Economics.
Yep. This definitely fits with a theme that we're watching as well. It's something we've argued for a while now, the recovery for the manufacturing sector. While the service sector is doing very well, the manufacturing recovery will be very slow. This was going to be true before the coronavirus impact, and it looks more likely to be true now, dealing with a host of factors, including tepid global demand, now supply chain frictions. You're just looking at now a strong dollar, too, in response to all of this. So it's going to be a very challenging period first quarter, and likely we think extending it into the second quarter. So this should keep growth rates low. The Fed watching to see if any more accommodation is required, which we don't expect is likely right now, but it's something that we have to watch very closely.
So what should we be watching over the next couple weeks, you think, KH?
Well, I think any market reaction to coronavirus, that's a big deal. That continues. We've got a lot of numbers out, of course, housing and various things, but nothing so big. I think this global economy trajectory is very, very important. I think any Fed speak we get, clearly Rob Kaplan, although interesting about Kaplan, go read the essay, because he's talking about the fact that he sees the repo operations and the T-bill purchases pulling back now, right? Because they don't want the balance sheets expanded a lot. They think it's going to slow significantly. Liz Koppel-McCormick has a terrific story.
Actually, I was just going to go to that
Treasury
Department. I mentioned it at the top of our broadcast,
saying that the Treasury needs to pile up all this money now for the deficit, and they're making it very hard for the Fed to get control over its repo operations. And because we saw that little bit of a pullback from the Fed last week, some say maybe overinterpreted in terms of being a Fed signal, it makes the repo operation, I think, fit into the picture now in a much more interesting way.
Actually, it wasn't that story. It was, she wrote, I love Liz, and she's been writing so many great stories, but I do wonder, she writes about how Apple, their revenue warning, how it's driven more investors into government debt as a haven with demand most pronounced in longer maturities. She talks about how it's helping to flatten the yield curve. And I think what's important about this story is, yes, as it pertains to what's happening with Apple today, but it's just a reminder to investors that there is something that can happen out there that all of a sudden makes investors very nervous, and they can flip very quickly and look for more of those safe havens, and especially when you're talking about the fixed income market, what that might do to the yield curve.
Yeah, we've talked about this for a long time. While, if you look at fundamentals, you look at data, things are strong, but it's these exogenous, we call them exogenous shocks that can prop up, and the things that we were talking about last year are often not the things we're talking about.
Who would have predicted this? Nobody predicted this.
And that's really the issue. And the good news is for the U.S. economy that the fundamentals are good. We're coming off a very strong jobs report. Incomes are rising. You're seeing a lot of signs of strength in the housing market, but it's going to be a question to really monitor very closely. And the data we're going to get on that is not right now. It's going to be in the months ahead.
It's amazing the stories we've had about the tons of cash, the wall of cash, the weight of cash, waiting to buy bonds, U.S. Treasuries in particular, from around the world.
Right, and until the Fed shows any sort of a dovish bent, it's going to be a flatter yield curve.
Right, and we're not expecting that.
No,
right?
they've been very reluctant. Even Kaplan made a couple of comments about things being roughly appropriate. You're likely going to see that reflected in the minutes, which are a little bit out of date coming tomorrow, but there's definitely some hesitancy to move in response.
I think the Fed must be it's got his fingers crossed because look, if things weaken, and if it does look like they're going to need to quote unquote do something, you've got the 10-year note at 1.5%. You can cut rates a few times, but if you have to start doing quantitative easing at any point, remember quantitative easing during the crisis was started with yields much, much higher.
Yeah.
If you're going to wherever they were down to where they are now, that's a lot of punch. But if you're going from 1.5 on the 10-year to 0, you're not having the same kind of impact that you would have had with yields much higher, which is probably why they wish there was more growth, more inflation. They could raise rates and get things more the way they used to be.
All right, last word to you, Andrew. Anything else on your mind?
Yeah, I think, once again, we have some data in the U.S. this week, but I think the key will be watching some of these reports in Europe and Asia later this week on PMI data. We're going to see more of the early leading edge of the virus impact on the data. That's really the key to watch.
All right.
No, I'm just thinking, it's just one of those things we won't, if the longer it goes on, then we know that there's a bigger impact. But do we get to a point where we see an end and we know, okay, it's over, and then we can move on, and then the outlook changes dramatically? It's just a case of the unknown, and if it goes on for much longer.
Yeah, and if we keep getting headlines like we got from Apple, there's not going to be any end in sight, it feels like.
Yeah, exactly.
Negative about it.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Hayes, Global Economics and Policy Editor for Bloomberg. Andrew Husby, U.S. Economist for Bloomberg Economics. Coming up, we did get a little bit better news than maybe expected from Walmart. We're going to dig into that.
Yes, we are. That's certainly one of the stock and corporate stories that we've been following today. I really thought when I heard about it this morning, the stock's going to get tanked.
Yeah.
It's going to tank. It's going to take the market down with this. And the stock right now is up about 1.7%. So we'll dig into the details, what's important about what we got from Walmart. And then a little bit later on, we've got the chart of the day, and we'll talk about that. We should point out, too, that the market, we've really seen a bit of a turnaround. We are certainly off our lows of the session, a little bit of green when it comes to the NASDAQ.
There you go. All right, let's get some world and national headlines now from Bob Moon. Hey, Bob.
Jason, President Trump has gone on a clemency blitz, commuting the 14-year prison sentence of former Illinois governor and former Celebrity Apprentice contestant Rod Blagojevich and pardoning former NYPD Commissioner Bernie Kerik, among a long list of others. Trump also pardoned financier Michael Milken, who pleaded guilty to securities law violations and served 2 years in prison in the early 1990s. Trump told reporters today that Milken suffered greatly and paid a very tough price. In a 2015 interview with Bloomberg, G. Chris Anderson, who once ran Drexel's investment banking business, insisted bitterly that Milken was convicted on technicalities.
Michael did not go to jail for doing anything in terms of illegal trades. Everybody says that this is about insider trading. There was never a single insider trading charge brought against Michael, period.
But back when Milken was convicted 30 years ago, then Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Richard Breeden was harsh in his assessment of Milken's crimes.
Mr. Milken admits that he conspired, among other things, to manipulate securities in order to enrich himself and his associates. As a result, investors were cheated and exposed to substantial economic risks.
Today, President Trump praised Milken's philanthropy and his generous contributions to cancer research. The Boy Scouts of America urged victims to come forward today as the historic 110-year-old organization file for bankruptcy protection in the first step toward creating a huge compensation fund for potentially thousands of men who were sexually molested as youngsters decades ago by scoutmasters or other leaders. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
A pack needs someone to follow.
It's got to be important for somebody to have a breakout moment.
Don't look now, but they're behind you.
Imports declined 2.8%.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
Sources tell us that agreement is expected to include commitments on U.S. intellectual property.
With Karen Moscow and Nathan Hager.
Could we see that play into the results and the forward guidance?
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Imagine being fired because of who you love. Imagine being denied medical treatment because of who you marry. Imagine being evicted because of who you are. Millions of Americans don't have to imagine this. They have to live it. Because in 31 states, it's legal to discriminate against LGBT people. Get the facts at beyondido.org. Brought to you by the Gill Foundation and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Sweet strawberry icing. You're in Goodwill, and just past that vintage denim jacket you spot miniature donut earrings. You lean in. Ah, that's the scent of shopping success. Because at Goodwill, every item you buy funds local job training and more. So bring home those donut earrings and bring home so much good to your community. Goodwill. Bring good home. Brought to you by Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, work from home on a Friday jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, Soho jobs, Shoreditch jobs. Keep me away from the central line jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, never ever boring jobs. Small jobs, big jobs, lunch in Borough Market jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
How do you make the most understated Range Rover even more striking? Paint it Santorini black, fit it with privacy glass, a full leather ebony interior, then place it on 21-inch gloss black alloy wheels. The Range Rover Velar R Dynamic Black, understated, has rarely been so bold. Limited numbers available for a limited price. Search Range Rover Velar. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Limited availability while stocks last at participating UK Land Rover retailers. Check with your local retailer.
Despite never having used them, Alison Peartree was not initially a fan of purple bricks.
Because I heard from my uncle's cousin's neighbour's dog walker they don't have proper estate agents.
But Alison's uncle's cousin's neighbour's dog walker was wrong. Purple Bricks have experienced local agents ready to sell your home.
Turns out Martin from Purple Bricks was very knowledgeable. And he didn't charge commission. I've even recommended him to my sister's boyfriend's auntie's hairdresser, Sharon.
Purple Bricks. Book your free valuation today.
Fixed fee payable on instruction or after 10 months. Viewing service cost extra.
Pancake day is flipping fun. Pancake day is Stella. This day will be a yummy one.
'Cause pancakes love Nutella. Pancake day is nearly here. Gather friends and family to enjoy some delicious pancakes on Tuesday the 25th of February. And don't forget, pancakes love Nutella.
The government and the NHS are prepared to deal with coronavirus. You can help too. The best way to protect yourself and others is to wash your hands with soap and water or use a sanitizer gel regularly throughout the day. Catch your cough or sneeze in a tissue, bin it, and wash your hands. If you have recently arrived back from specified areas, follow the returning traveller advice. Check the list of areas and find out more at nhs.uk/coronavirus.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What sea sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking, and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
Upgrade to TuneIn Premium and get over 45 commercial-free music stations. You'll also get live commercial-free news, plus live play-by-play games from NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and tune in on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Mixed Tuesday here. We've got the S&P and the Dow both trading lower. NASDAQ turned around. It is on the plus side. Let's get the latest as we head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is. We've got Bailey Lipschultz.
Good afternoon, Charlie. As you said, stocks have fluctuated a bit, but broadly remaining under pressure after Apple warned that sales will miss expectations due to the coronavirus. The Dow is down 135 points, S&P lower by 6, while the NASDAQ is trading higher by 15 points. U.S. 10-year yield is at 1.55%, and small caps are down 5 points. 8 of the 11 main S&P sectors are trading lower, led by losses in financials and energy, while utilities and communication services led to the upside. NASDAQ Biotechs rose 5 points, transports gained 15, semis dropped by 26 points, while the VIX is higher by 7.8%. Leaders in the Dow, Walmart, Microsoft, and United Health, while Goldman Sachs, Dow Inc., and Apple are the worst performers. Apple fell the most this month after saying it won't meet revenue guidance for the quarter. In other news, PG&E said it expects to turn a profit this year as it looks to exit bankruptcy. And in deal news, Franklin Resources announced plans to buy Legg Mason for nearly $4.5 billion. Wrapping things up, look for earnings from Agilent and Herbalife after the bell. Live from the First Word Breaking News Desk, I'm Bailey Lipschultz. Charlie?
All right, we thank you very much, Bailey. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAWK, SQUAWK, today on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pallett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
So shares of Walmart, they've been bouncing around a little bit, but mostly in a bullish way. This despite the retailer posting lackluster holiday sales. Its outlook, though, for the current year met expectations, which is probably why we've seen the turnaround among investors. Let's get to what we need to know. Garrett Nelson is Senior Equity Research Analyst at CFRA Research. He joins us on the phone from Rockville, Maryland. Garrett, nice to have you here with Jason and myself. So Walmart, investors seem okay with the news. How do you make or how do you evaluate what the retailer had to say about what happened during the holiday season and what it sees going forward?
Sure. So thanks for having me. Yeah, a bit of a surprise this morning. Walmart posted a miss, $1.38 in adjusted earnings. That was 6 cents below the consensus of $1.44. This was only the second time in the last 18 quarters that Walmart has missed their consensus estimates for earnings for the quarter. So it was very uncharacteristic of the company. But we think investors were prepared for some softness given that Target's weak holiday sales that they reported a few weeks ago, which is really impacted by the shortened holiday season. You had 6 fewer shopping days this past holiday season compared to last year between Thanksgiving and Christmas. So, all in all, it was a miss for Walmart, but it seems like investors are taking the news in stride.
And so, Garrett, what did you read into Doug McMillan's comments and both the numbers and the rhetoric, as it were, around coronavirus and how that's playing through? Because obviously we came into today a little more worried about that given everything we heard from Apple.
Sure. So with the guidance that they introduced for the full fiscal year, that assumes no impact from the coronavirus. So, I think, they may have to update those numbers. But, the fact is Walmart is a lot less exposed to China than a lot of other retailers. They have 6,000 stores located outside of the U.S. About 7% of those stores are located in China. So it's not a huge percentage. And they've been in the process of reorganizing a lot of their supply lines really ever since the trade war started. So, we think they had taken a lot of the steps needed to diversify their raw material supply. And, the vast majority of this company, a vast majority of their revenue comes from the U.S.
So, what does this mean for Walmart this year specifically? I mean, they've made a massive investment under their current CEO to lower prices, expand e-commerce, enhance employee wages and benefits. So they've been making a lot of changes, some might say, to bring the retailer into the 21st century on a lot of measures. But investors ultimately need to see the payoff. So do you agree with kind of the path that they've been taking, and will it ultimately pay off?
Yeah, so what was really interesting about this past quarter they just reported is that their e-commerce sales growth drove the entire growth rate of their U.S. stores. So their e-commerce sales were up 35% during the quarter. They're expecting e-commerce sales to grow another 30% during this fiscal year. And we expect that once again it'll drive pretty much all the growth of the U.S. comp store sales. So, that's really the story, is the incredible investment that they've made in e-commerce over the last 5 or 6 years. You're really seeing it drive the overall growth rates of the company. And, you also look at this company. They generated about $15 billion in free cash flow last year, and they paid 80% of that back to shareholders in the form of dividends and buybacks. So we're expecting the company to do more of the same this year.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Garrett Nelson, thank you so much. Senior Equity Research Analyst for CFRA Research, joining us on the phone from Rockville, Maryland. Cue the REM. Don't go back to Rockville. That's what I think about anytime I think of Rockville, Maryland. Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up.
Coming up, what are we going to do? We're going to do the
Talk
show of the
cash.
day. We're going to talk cash specifically, so Dave Wilson will come along. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the market day.
Yeah, exactly. It's been an interesting one, to be sure. It's bounced around quite a bit. We've been getting our updates, obviously, from Charlie Pellet as we've watched it go along. Walmart, as we just heard, I mean, such an interesting story in the sense, like, not a great quarter, to say the least, but a funny market when it's like, oh, but it could have been much worse. Buy.
Well, and what's interesting is automatically shift investors to, okay, but it's getting better, or we're okay with our outlook. And, this is the fate of being a retailer, right? You screw up a little bit in terms of if the holiday mix isn't quite right.
Yeah.
But this is, that's a quarter that's supposed to be important for most retailers. Maybe not as much for Walmart, right? Because they get people going there pretty regularly. But anyway.
Later on in the show, we're going to talk about some big deal making going on in the money business, too. Franklin Templeton buying Legg Mason, so much consolidation going on, and also a cool new book about experimentation and how it works at work. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks are picking up in the final hour, though prices are still mostly lower. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 133, the S&P 500 down 5, the Nasdaq Composite now up 14. Housing is off to a hot start in 2020. John Burns Real Estate Consulting says builders had their best January since the housing recovery began, as orders per community jumped 34%. Falling mortgage rates and job growth get the credit. As it faces nearly 300 sexual abuse lawsuits and the likelihood of hundreds more, the Boy Scouts has filed for Chapter 11. The group could be forced to sell some of its vast property holdings to pay for a victims fund that could top $1 billion. Two firms that help pioneer asset management have agreed to merge. Franklin Resources will buy Legg Mason for nearly $4.5 billion. The firms are looking to better compete as low-cost index funds upend their industry. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived in Philadelphia. Local time is 3:05 p.m. and the temperature is 67 degrees. At this time, you are now free to use your cellular devices.
You know that feeling when you get to turn your phone on after the plane lands? You can have that feeling every time you drive. Make sure your cell phone is stowed away whenever you are behind the wheel.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
A pack needs someone to follow. Don't look now, but they're behind you. Bloomberg Daybreak.
Could we see the forward guidance?
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
Imports declined 2.8%.
On Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
And coming up, we're going to check in with Mr. Dave Wilson on his chart of the day.
Has to do with small caps, right?
Yeah, bubblicious.
Bubblicious or not. I guess we'll find out.
We're going to find out.
All right, let's get back to your top business stories and a check on trade. Got about 29 minutes to go, Charlie Peller.
Indeed we do, and stocks continue to trade mixed. NASDAQ continues to hold on to its gains. The NASDAQ Composite Index higher now by 3 points. Little change there. Spent most of the session trading lower, but green on the screen for NASDAQ. Both the S&P 500 Index and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, they are trading lower right now, looking at an 8-point gain, 8-point loss, I should say, in the S&P 500 Index, lower by 0.3%. Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.5% right now, falling by 157 points. The 10-year up 10/30 seconds, yield 1.55%. Gold rallying 1.3%, 16.02 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude higher, little changed, up 4 cents, 52.09 a barrel. Apple shares certainly weighing on the stock market today. Apple is down 1.8%. It says it does not expect to meet its revenue guidance for the quarter ending in March because of work slowdowns from the outbreak of coronavirus in China. Steve Milanovich is technology strategist at Wolf Research.
I think the market's assuming that this is mostly just a deferral of revenue and that the coronavirus will be in control in a couple months. I think the bad news is that Apple's made a big bet on China. It's 20% of revenue, obviously, a huge part of the supply chain. If the virus isn't contained, this is going to continue to be a problem.
And again, Apple shares down now by 1.8%. Walmart posted lackluster holiday sales, but its outlook for the current year met expectations. Walmart shares are advancing now by 1.5%. Asset manager Franklin Resources buying Legg Mason. Shares of both companies are higher. The announcement comes less than a year after activist investor Tryon Fund Management took a 4.5% stake in Legg Mason, enough to secure its founder Nelson Peltz a position on the board. Legg Mason shares surging 24%. We have got shares of Franklin Resources, ticker BEN, B-E-N, up today by 7.5%. Recapping, stocks mix, NASDAQ higher by 5, S&P lower by 9. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Wilson is here with his chart
Charlie
of
Pellet
the day.
also loves Talking Heads. He just gave me a thumbs up. And Dave Wilson's
You're
here.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, it's in honor of the just concluded American Utopia, David Byrne's show on Broadway, which, by the way, is coming back in September.
That's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you seen
For all those who missed it,
you know, I haven't, but you know who recommended it to me?
No.
Jonathan Nelson, who you know over at Providence Equity, who I believe may be an investor in it. Anyway, he's David Byrne.
Have you seen it?
Yes.
And did you like it?
My wife, I think, liked it more than me, and she wasn't exactly a Talking Heads fan.
Wow.
She liked the choreography and everything that went along with it. So,
all right, so how does that get us to the chart of the day?
No. If you focused on smaller companies and value stocks, the ones that are supposed to be cheap when you look at earnings or sales or whatever, you would be on a road to nowhere at a time when bigger companies, faster growing companies are really going places. That's what the chart shows. You know, there was this, I wish I could remember whose chart I saw on Twitter that kind of highlighted the contrast between the smaller value stocks and the larger growth stocks. What I did is I kind of took that and ran with it, going back to the beginning of 2018. And when you run the numbers, or at least as of the end of last week, the Russell 1000 Growth Index, so the bigger companies, the growth stocks, with a 46% total return. That includes dividends. You looked at the Russell 2000 Value Index, slower companies, cheaper stocks, was only up 4.5% on a total return basis. And as recently as a few days ago, it wasn't even keeping up with a Bloomberg Barclays index of Treasury bills.
Yikes.
1 to 3 month Treasury bills. So you would have been better off, perhaps putting your money in T-bills where you don't have the ups and downs that go along with stocks.
It's wild to hear you say that.
It just shows you how much of a disparity there's been. And it really kind of comes front and center in the chart when you look at what's happened since the lows of December 2018. We had that fourth quarter hit. You know, since then, I mean, it's just been really something to watch.
It's why people try to fight this growth rally, right? And you can't ignore it.
No, you can't. You do it at your peril. I actually had a listener once, I sent out this chart today, point out that he'd been trying to make some money in the smaller companies, and it had not been happening for him for some time. In any case, if you want to know what I'm talking about, folks, send me an email. I will get you this chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
So what do you make of the trade today, Dave? As you look across, like the NASDAQ, which had been leading the way down earlier, is now essentially flat. S&P down, 3 and about 0.6%. Is this a market just trying to figure out how worried it needs to be?
You know, that's probably as good an explanation as any when you consider, I mean, S&P 500 setting records last week. and we've barely pulled back, even as, Apple, one of those trillion-dollar behemoths, which, just the other day, put it together with Microsoft, it was 10% of the index. I mean, they're talking about the effects of coronavirus on their business. And, we're seeing follow through in the chip suppliers and so on. Yeah, I mean, it's a market that's shown a remarkable amount of resiliency. Yet again, I mean, we've certainly seen this over the past few weeks and months. It's just today it kind of jumps out at us again, given, the concerns that are out there.
But isn't it interesting? Okay, so Apple's the thing, right? We kicked off our broadcast saying, okay, It's weighing on the markets, and it really was. It was a tech, fueled pressure, if you will. Apple's about 10% of the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ now, as Jason just mentioned, a little bit higher. It makes up about 7.4% of the Dow and about 4.8% of the S&P 500. I just find it interesting. It's most heavily weighted in the NASDAQ, and it just kind of speaks to your chart a little bit about that growth momentum, right, that we see that in a lot of the names that are in the NASDAQ, that investors are very quick to jump back on that trade, potentially.
Absolutely. I'm just running through the rest of the FANG stocks. You see Facebook up. Yeah. You see Amazon up. Yeah. You see, Alphabet, the parent of Google, also up. Yeah. So what's happening with Apple is really an Apple issue, which makes sense. I mean, this is all about things like manufacturing. Right. These other companies, they don't have to worry about that. They just have to make sure their servers stay up.
They don't make much of anything, except in some people's eyes, truffle.
Well, they certainly make a fair amount of money, though.
Yes, exactly. The other FANG stocks. Apple is the only real sort of manufacturer among them. Yeah. Anyway, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Really thought-provoking, as always, and a great song to kick off the chart of the day. Let's get over to Bob Moon now. He's got an update on what's happening across the world and across the nation. Hey, Bob.
Jason, President Trump goes on a clemency spree, and the list is long. He absolved a number of high-profile criminals of their misdeeds, including billionaire Michael Milken, who pleaded guilty to securities law violations and, as Trump noted, has gone on to contribute a substantial amount of his fortune to cancer research and other causes. Former New York City Police Commissioner Bernie Kerik, who was appointed by former Mayor Rudy Giuliani, was pardoned for his convictions for tax fraud and lying to the White House while being interviewed to be Homeland Security Secretary. Former San Francisco 49ers owner Edward DeBartolo Jr. was also pardoned. He pleaded guilty in an extortion plot involving a casino license. Former 49er Jerry Rice was invited to the White House today and praised Trump's action, citing how many Super Bowl wins the team owner contributed to.
Eddie was like that 12th man that was on that football field. And that this guy, he wanted us to win. And I think he's the main reason why we won so many Super Bowls.
Former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, who appeared on Trump's Celebrity Apprentice show, also received a commuted sentence. He was imprisoned for essentially trying to sell off Barack Obama's vacated Senate seat. No firm answer today on whether Trump has plans for one-time campaign advisor Roger Stone, who repeatedly lied to Congress about the Russia investigation.
I haven't given it any thought. In the meantime, he's going through a process, but I think he's been treated very unfairly.
Stone is set to be sentenced on Thursday. Global News, 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Bob Moon.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Elite advisory firms rely on BNY Mellon's Pershing to meet the needs of their most complex clients. Karen Novak, Chief Operating Officer at Pershing Advisor Solutions, explains how.
At BNY Mellon's Pershing, we bring customized insights and strategies to help you grow your advisory business and stay on the leading edge. We can support the needs of your most sophisticated clients with a full range of investment and wealth management solutions, from access to private banking to consolidated bank and brokerage custody. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength and high-touch service that BNY Mellon's Pershing can provide. Are you well positioned to stand out from your competition?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Brokerage custody provided by Pershing LLC and other services provided by Pershing Advisor Solutions LLC. Both members of FINRA and SIPC. Private banking and bank custody provided by BNY Mellon NA. Member FDIC.
Are you interested?
What am I saving for? My passion. Food photography.
I trained to be a landscape garden designer.
Open a food stall and sell my famous fish tacos.
I go to stuntman school.
I'd be a wedding planner. I'd start a dog grooming business. Sorry, we'd start a dog grooming business.
What are you waiting for? Make your one day happen with a Fidelity Stocks and Shares ISA. Your capital is at risk. Tax rules may change. Full terms for our Stocks and Shares ISA are available on our website, 18 plus UK residents.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, work from home on a Friday jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, Soho jobs, Shoreditch jobs. Keep me away from the central line jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, never ever boring jobs. Small jobs, big jobs, lunch in Borough Market jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
You want to turn that tap off, don't you? That's because we all know that wasting isn't smart. And yet, as a nation, we waste electricity every day without knowing it because our energy system is outdated. Smart meters not only help us stop wasting energy at home, they'll also help build a more efficient energy system so we can reduce waste across the nation. From the campaign for a smarter Britain.
Consumer action required for personal savings.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell on this back-to-work Tuesday. NASDAQ could see a record, pushing higher now by 2 points, reversing earlier losses. A gain of less than 0.1%, but NASDAQ now at 97.33. It is a down day here for both the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500. 500 index. Bottom line, stocks trading mixed as investors weigh a grim revenue forecast from Apple, with data showing a slowdown in new cases of the deadly coronavirus that originated in China. Right now, the S&P is down 10. That's a drop of 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 174 points. That is a decline there of 0.6%. 10-year up 9/32 with a yield of 1.55%. Gold up 1.4%, 16.03 the ounce on the precious metal. We have got West Texas Intermediate crude lower, a little change, down 1 cent, 52.04 a barrel. So recapping here, NASDAQ could see a record, S&P down 10, a drop there of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive? Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
It is time for the Drive to the Close. Henley Smith is back with us, Senior Vice President and Senior Relationship Manager at New York-based Stonecastle Cash Management. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. They've got about $17 billion in deposits. Nice to have you back. Welcome back.
Yes, thanks. It's been like a series of multiple lifetimes since I've been here. I know. What we've been going through of late.
What's so funny is Charlie Pellet was saying before he started doing his report, he's like, it's really shocking, but we might have another record on the NASDAQ today.
It's amazing.
Despite the news from Apple, right, and how we've seen the major market averages lower all day. What is it about the internals of this market that you find interesting?
Well, I mean, it's been trading on a hair trigger for so long. It's been almost, 10 plus years that we've been waiting for the next shoe to drop every couple of weeks. So I think when you have news that comes out of left field, China, coronavirus, whatever it might be, you see these downdrafts, these air pockets. But I think putting it back into my world, there's been a lot of cash that's been building up on the sidelines. A lot of people that have been looking for, insured deposits, what we do is Stonecastle.
So how is there cash building up on the sidelines? Because I've been hearing that, I feel like, for a long time, and yet we continue to hit equity records. How is that?
Well, I think, again, people are expecting that cash ultimately will come back into the market, so they're bidding up those prices.
So it's not on fundamentals in your view?
No, a little bit on fundamentals, but I think there is a driver there that have suggested that cash has been building up on the sidelines, and ultimately it'll get back into the market. So I think it's been sitting there kind of as a way station to let the uncertainty kind of come out of the market a little bit, but I think ultimately it'll come back. I'm not so. I think people are worried about the cycle, recession. That was something we saw the yield curve invert again this morning.
Who's sitting on that cash, though? I have to go back to you.
I think it's mostly high net worth individuals, family offices. In fact, I think
do they really sit on that much cash?
It sounds like. I mean, in fact, Tiger 21, which is one of the leading investment groups in family office market, high net worth space, they were out a week or so ago in one of their reports, and they're building cash 12% of portfolio right now. So a lot of cash is building. We're seeing it in the advisor world as well, where advisors are looking for cash options now. And I think, again, as far as I'm concerned, fundamentally, I think things are in good shape. The consumers are in good shape. We've had these series of baby black swans, if you will. But my guess is that the real concern is going to be this time next year, not so much this time next year.
So let's talk about those baby black swans, because I'm so intrigued by that phraseology. First of all, I'm totally going to lift
it's
that.
It's just the image of the baby black swan.
It really is.
That's
it's
what you're about.
But I think it's very evocative and so true in the sense that we are dealing with exactly that, but also multiple at one time, and that makes it that much trickier, right?
Yeah, I think I said for traders it's great because you have these downdrafts like a couple weeks ago when the market was down 600 points and the world is coming to an end, and then 2 days later it's back in a record high. So I think traders, it's a great world for traders. For portfolio managers such as myself, it's a little bit tricky because you're trying to look at longer term.
Yeah.
So it's been a series of things that have just been heightened because of the uncertainty that we've been dealing with. And, again, I think we're looking at the end of a cycle at some point. So who knows when that will happen.
What if we don't? We've been saying that too for how many years?
Well, I guess, the Fed's on our side. They certainly are not going to tighten at this point. In fact, their foot is firmly on the gas pedal. We'll see what happens when all this repo non-QEQ comes off at some point, how that's going to shake up the markets. But at this point, I think the Fed continues to be your friend.
So, Henley, when you do have to put money to work, and I'm assuming you do, where do you put it?
Well, for us, it's all cash. We're dealing with, insured deposits.
Right.
We offer a program that offers a lot of expanded FDIC insured for corporation institutions and high net worth individuals. So we've seen a lot of people moving out of money market funds into these insured deposits because they want to have protected principal, they want liquidity, but they want a great rate.
What's the great rate?
Well, right now we're paying on our institutional cash account, we're paying $155, and the average money market deposit account in the U.S. is paying closer to 20 basis points. So a big pickup in yield spread versus products like ourselves. Money market funds, Treasury money market funds are probably paying in the high 130s or something like that. So, I think that's
are investors okay with that? I feel like we're in such a low yield environment, and people have really sought out, and because we've been there for so long, that people are willing to take on risk, in order to kind of get some more yield.
I would say that a couple of years ago, when interest rates were at zero, cash was trash and they didn't care. When we got plus 2% a year ago, people started looking at cash with a much stronger eye. And now I think it's just the uncertainty of what's going on in the markets, valuations where they are. At some point, it's going to correct more meaningful. And I think what you've seen, specifically in the advisor space, the high net worth space, you've seen people holding on to cash more than they have.
And so when you think about this whole notion of the Fed as your friend, what could make them less friendly, especially given that, an election year, they're going to be very, very hesitant to do anything major here, right?
Oh, I totally agree. They want to stay out of the politics if they can. I look at an inflation measure, the 10-year tips versus the 10-year Treasury note, and that spread has been about 160, 165, and it's been stuck right there. So I don't think you're going to see a Fed on the tightening side until the inflation rate, and I know they look at consumer prices in particular, but until that gets well over 2% for a number of quarters, I think that's really going to be the trigger there.
So, it's interesting, though. I feel like in this political environment or something over the last couple of years, it has made for some great opportunities for investors because markets have gotten, or certain sectors have gotten beaten up, and then they can quickly turn on a dime.
Absolutely. You've seen that a number of times. People are looking to put money to work, I think. I think just demographically, as we age as a society, people are looking to put assets at risk for a better return, obviously. So I think most investors don't want to chase these high markets, so they'll sit back and wait, build up cash until they get a real opportunity.
So when there's another record and there is some chasing going on, how do you explain it?
I don't know that. Markets are fun. That's why we like to come to work every day, because they're different every day. But it's something where I think in this environment you have to look to the long term, as everyone does, and trim your portfolios on the buys and sells when you can.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Henley, thank you so much. Nice to see you. Happy New Year. Belated. I know it's been, actually, we saw you just before the Super Bowl. Yeah. Henley Smith, Senior Vice President, Senior Relationship Manager at Stone Castle Cash Management.
We're definitely past the Happy New Year.
Did you know what it is? Did you just see? We were talking about Curb Your
Enthusiasm. Yeah. This is what you did when you were sick on the couch, was catch up on Curb, which I appreciate because I need you to get a lot of the references that
That's
get
exactly
made.
right.
Oh, boy.
Right? He was like, wait.
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's too late. I should have said it. Henley,
all right.
Sorry.
All right. Coming up, we're going to get you to the close of trading. Sort of a funky day on the markets as we
just
have
off
been
our highs, though, right
to.
now.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting that the NASDAQ may end up barely peeking into record territory.
All right. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
You are.
Earl Master, Jason Kelly. Yes, we are Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What sea sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway. we're with you.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit tunein.com/premium to upgrade.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, another election story, but this one with a twist.
We need changing, gotta check me a vote. I got LGBT rights and I'm a legalized dope. America's going broke and I ain't gonna sit back while Creepy Joe looks at little girls like they some snacks.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow and the S&P 500 Index moving lower today at the close. Folks from Huntington Ingalls Industries ringing that closing bell. NASDAQ swinging between gains and losses right at the close there, but it does look like another record for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up by a point right now, ending the Tuesday session at 97.32, a gain of less than 0.1%. Again, the Dow down 165 points, a drop there of 0.6%. S&P 500 Index lower by 9, down by 0.3%. Bottom line, mixed Tuesday as investors wait a grim revenue forecast from Apple, with data showing a slowdown in new cases of the deadly coronavirus that originated in China. Apple slumping today by 1.8%, ending the session at $319. What about the interest rate backdrop? Henley Smith Sr. is relationship manager at Stonecastle Cash Management.
The Fed's on our side. They certainly are not going to tighten at this point. In fact, their foot is firmly on the gas pedal. We'll see what happens when all this repo, non-QEQ comes off at some point, how that's going to shake up the markets. But at this point, I think the Fed continues to be your friend.
But today, the catalyst for the move lower, Apple saying it does not expect to meet its revenue guidance for the quarter ending in March due to work slowdowns from the outbreak of coronavirus. Again, Apple shares slumping 1.8%. Walmart posted lackluster holiday sales, but its outlook for the current year met expectations, displaying the resilience that has kept the retailer among the industry's top performance. Walmart shares up today by 1.5%. Franklin Resources buying Legg Mason for $4.5 billion. Shares of both companies advancing. Together, they will have a combined $1.5 trillion in assets. Shares today of Legg Mason surging 24.4%. As for Franklin, it was up by almost 7%. 10-year up 8/30 seconds, yield 1.55%. Gold up 1.4%. Recapping S&P down 9, down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet.
Move around. Motion creates the motion.
I feel the earth move under my feet.
You move like they do. I've never seen anyone move that fast.
right, people. Let's move like we've got a purpose.
Company's called Movers and Shakers. They cost a little more, but that name cracked me up.
Bloomberg Business Week, Movers and Shakers with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, time to take a look at some of the stocks on the move in the Tuesday trade. Carol Masser along with Jason Kelly in our Interactive Brokers studio. Let's do the big picture. 181 names in the S&P higher today, 322 lower, 2 unchanged. So should we talk about, I don't know, what do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about Apple.
Okay,
I mean, I think that is probably the stock that has been most watched today in terms of, both, understanding where Apple is coming from, what the implications are, down 1.8%. But at the end of the day, literally, at the end of the trading day, it did not maybe drag the markets down as much as we might have feared coming into today.
Yeah,
talking with Tom Giles, our executive editor for Bloomberg Technology earlier in the show, he essentially was saying, look, we were all logged on last night waiting for Tokyo to open to figure out what the implications of this were going to be, whether this was going to be something that really was going to infiltrate and sort of ripple across all global markets. And I mean, you could make an argument that it probably was what ultimately dragged the S&P and the Dow down, but the NASDAQ essentially ends up flat.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting, even though the stock was still down on the day. So Apple, let's just take a quick look. Apple closing the Tuesday trade, it was down 3.2% at its lows, but at the close, down 1.8%, down about $6, $319 a share. Let's do Groupon because they are crossing with their earnings. Just quickly, fourth quarter adjusted EPS, 7 cents a share. The estimate was for more than double that, 15 cents a share. They're exiting the goods category, and their fourth quarter revenue, that too was a big miss, $612.3 million. The estimate among the analysts we surveyed was for $704.9 million. So they're going to be focusing now on local experiences marketplace. The stock is halted here in the after hours. So just taking a look at how it closed in the regular hours, stock was actually up nearly 8% ahead of these earnings news, which is kind of interesting in a day where the markets overall were lower.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, this is a $3 stock.
I know. I know. Oh, it's really come way down.
So we're talking about a 22-cent jump today that leads to that 7.8%.
That's why we do percentages.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, 7.8% or 22 cents. Anyway, Walmart, I just want to take a quick look at that. We talked about it earlier with our friend over at CFRA. And, that stock really holding its gains more or less throughout the day. It had been up as much as 1.75%, closing up about 1.5%. So, certainly something that people are keeping an eye on. We are going to talk a little bit later, deals-wise, about this Legg Mason Franklin tie-up. Both of those stocks ended up. LM, which is Legg Mason, and Ben, which is Franklin.
I just got to mention, and I got to put it out, Bed Bath & Beyond in the after hours. It's not moving too much, but I have to go there. I know you're laughing. But Dow Jones apparently talking to the CEO and the company Bed Bath & Beyond. They're continuing to evaluate store closures. They are, however, going to spend $350 million to $400 million on stores, their technology, and also their supply chain.
That's good news for you.
Yeah, I can maybe finally figure out how to get out of the store.
They're going to cut store inventory and widen the aisles. It's like they're listening to you. Someone is tuning into your show.
And they're going to plan $600 million on share buybacks and debt reduction. That's a lot of money. But
you're like, buybacks, debt reduction, don't care as much. Just widen the aisles.
And do I have to walk through everything to get out of the store? Stock gained 53% back in 2019, so just last year. It's down 32% this year. So investors are saying, do something, and that's what this is about.
Yeah, while you were out, Seema Shah and I caught up on that, and you were referenced mightily. All right, the VIX up about 8% today, closing at 14.77. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave! Who? Dave!
Hey, Mr. Wilson!
Dave Wilson's in the house in our Interactive Broker studio with his stock of the day. And What do you got? Ticker is FLR. Fluor.
Right. Exactly. It's an engineering and construction company that focuses on energy, chemical, and power plants and other industrial projects. The company was founded in 1912 and went public in 1957. Yes, the ticker FLR. Fluor's shares set a record high in June 2008. The stock reached a lower peak in January 2014 and then pulled back. The slump got worse in the past few quarters as the company's results showed unexpected losses. Fluor delivered another unpleasant surprise today, a disclosure that U.S. regulators are examining its accounting and financial reporting. Investigators have asked for information on projects covered by a second quarter charge of $714 million. Now, Fluor said it's going back and looking at past results and related accounting controls internally as well. Now, the company added that the review and other issues will keep it from filing annual results before the end of February. These developments sent Fluor's shares to their lowest price since March 2003. They closed with a loss of more than 24% on the day.
That's a big hit.
It is, but they had an almost 27% decline back in August when those charges came up.
So building on that.
Absolutely.
All right. Good to know. Yeah, huge firm, huge engineering firm.
Yes.
All right. Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Dave Wilson with his stock of the day. Jason Kelly, yeah?
I'm excited for the rest of the show. I wanted to talk more about the Franklin Templeton Legg Mason tie-up.
Some deal flow today.
Yeah, a little bit of deal flow.
But the money management industry, they're really getting a makeover in the last 12 months.
There's going to be like 3 firms left at some point. I mean, we talked about the big 3 earlier, and this is certainly part of that trend, sort of the big getting bigger and bigger and bigger. What are the implications of that? We're going to ask Annie Massa. All that straight ahead. Also going to talk about the coronavirus impact on the markets. First, let's get out to San Francisco. Ed Baxter is there with World National Headlines. Hey, Ed.
All right, Jason. Hey, to you and Carol. Good to hear you. We will widen the aisles. Trump clemency, that's what he's doing. Pardon parade is marching on.
We have commuted the sentence of Rod Blagojevich. He served 8 years in jail. It's a long time, and I watched his wife on television.
Now, President Trump also commuting the man known as a junk king, bond king, Michael Milken's sentence. Also in the wave of commutations and clemencies, former New York Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik and former 49ers owner Eddie DeBartolo. Mike Bloomberg will be on the debate stage tomorrow.
It comes at a time in which his political rivals have really sharpened their attacks against Bloomberg. It also comes at a time in which the president has also sharpened his attacks against him.
Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli. The Bloomberg campaign is saying he'll be ready to counter. Bloomberg shot up to 19% in the NPR PBS Marist poll to qualify. Bernie Sanders leads with 31%. Michael Bloomberg is a founder of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg Radio. Watching the coronavirus in the U.S., a director at the National Institute of Infectious Diseases, Dr. Anthony Fauci, says it will depend on 2 things.
How well China contains their outbreak, and hopefully they'll be able to get their arms around that better over the next coming weeks.
He says the risk in the U.S. at this point is low. In the epicenter, Bloomberg's Sophie Kamarudin says they are tracking purchases and also trying to sanitize currency. Sophie?
Hubei planning to track medicine purchases from January 20th to ramp up detection efforts as a lockdown on some 60 million residents in the province that drags on.
Global news 24 hours a day, on air and quick take on Bloomberg. I'm Ed Baxter in San Francisco.
Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrow enjoy each other's company.
Most of us don't speak Mandarin. John, do you speak Mandarin?
I did not speak Mandarin.
I just wanted to check that.
Almost as much as they enjoy grilling economic experts.
When this is over, do you bounce back or is there a lasting weakness to it?
Which means that you will enjoy listening.
If things get worse, we're ready to do more.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba,
please be done.
Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
What if you could keep whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, work from home on a Friday jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, Soho jobs, Shoreditch jobs. Keep me away from the central line jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, never ever boring jobs. Small jobs, big jobs, lunch in Borough Market jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
Ah, finally another commercial, said no one ever. Visit tunein.com/premium to upgrade now and get over 45 commercial-free music stations.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and tune in on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn. The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
With agility or decisively, few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Mixed day on Wall Street, but a record for NASDAQ. S&P down 9, dropping just about 0.3% today. Stock slumping after Apple's warning. Apple shares lower today by 1.8%. The Dow dropped 165 points for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That was a drop of 0.6%. NASDAQ, though, a move higher for the NASDAQ Composite Index. It advanced today by 1 point. Again, a record there at 97.32. 10-year up 7/30 seconds with a yield of 1.56%. Gold also higher today, rallying 1.3%. Gold is at $16.0231 the ounce. Crude oil higher, a little changed, up 3 cents, 52.08. A senior leadership change at Nike, just announcing that Andy Campion will become Chief Operating Officer. Recapping, S&P lower by 9, down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bay State Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64?
Thinking about retirement and getting yourself financially set for it. We have some thoughts about that thanks to our next guest. Jake Falcon is founder and CEO of Falcon Wealth Advisors. He's joining us on the phone from Mission Woods, Kansas. Jake, nice to have you here on this Tuesday. Talk to us, though, a little bit about, Jason and I both love when we get folks from all around the country and just kind of pick their brains about what's going on and what's top of mind. And so when you look at the political environment, the investment environment, what are your clients coming to you with? What do they want to know about?
Carol, it's great to be back on the show. You're absolutely right. The presidential election has been definitely a topic of conversation with our clients, the coronavirus, and then the Secure Act. We've been doing a lot of advanced planning because the rules have changed, and it's very important that clients have their financial plans in order because they want to make sure that they don't slip up or do some poor planning that could potentially hurt their estate.
So remind everybody what the Secure Act is about.
Right, so it's the Setting Every Community Up for Retirement Enhancement Act. I know that's a mouthful, but basically...
Something only Congress could come up with, right? Come on.
Exactly. Let's throw in another word.
So you're exactly right, Jason. So, so there's basically been a lot of changes, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but a big one has been for retirees. If you're not quite 70 and a half, the required minimum distribution age has bumped up to age 72, which allows you more time for some planning, because as most of your listeners probably know, that if you do have money in an IRA and you're 72 now, you have to take this required minimum distribution, which can be pretty hefty for some people. So we're looking at Roth conversions, looking at different strategies that we can do to mitigate that. And then a big one is beneficiaries that inherit IRAs now are going to have to empty the accounts within 10 years. So they basically eliminated the stretch IRA, which is a big issue.
And so as you look around, different folks obviously are looking at different time horizons, right, Jake? And I'm guessing, when you talk to your clients, that's something that you see. There are some people who have to be worried about, the next couple of years. What are the things that you see looming out here, especially here in 2020? I have to think people are asking you about the election and how policies may change depending on if there's a change in the White House.
Right, absolutely, Jason. So stock picking, in our opinion, is extremely important right now. We don't believe in indexing or even mutual funds, so we select individual stocks for our clients. Normally, when you have an incumbent up for re-election, the market averages over 10%. I think, whatever you want to say about Trump, as loose of a candidate as he may be, we know what we're getting there. Depending on the Democratic nominee, once we get a clear-cut runner in the race, we can start formulating some more solid opinions on that. But you're right. So you want to be careful on which positions you do own so that you're not caught off guard if a Democrat ultimately takes over the White House.
So individual securities, drill down in terms of some of the ideas that you find interesting for investors right now.
Yeah, I want to be careful for compliance purposes. They don't like me talking about stocks in our portfolio just to protect our clients. But I'll talk about sectors that we favor. We really like healthcare. We like gold. Probably a little bit of an underdog, in my personal opinion, is energy. So what we've done is we've taken some of the sectors like tech and consumer discretionary and things that did really well in 19, and we've been rebalancing to some of these sectors that have been out of favor. Well, the whole concept is we want to sell when things are high and buy in when other things are low.
All right, Jake, the most important question is, how long are you on Patrick Mahomes?
Boy, I hope we get him here for 20 years. Huge fan of Patrick Mahomes. He lives down the street from me, actually.
No kidding.
Great reputation. Yeah, he does. And great guy. He's been great for the community. And I'll tell you, a couple years ago when we picked him up, I had no idea he had this much talent. And I don't think anybody did in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Except for maybe the coaches.
Did I hear correctly? You were at the Super Bowl?
I was fortunate enough to go, me and my wife. It's kind of a bucket list item, and I said, you know what? It's been 50 years since the Chiefs have been there. We've got to go now. I've been rooting for these guys for pretty much my whole life. I'm 38 years old, and it was kind of now or never.
How worried were you as it got toward the end?
I'm embarrassed to say this, Jason. We almost left.
Oh no!
Because of me, my wife and I were sitting there kind of pouting, and Miami's got a great stadium, but it was a madhouse getting out of there. They actually ran out of Ubers and taxis. So I was thinking in the third quarter, why don't we beat the rush?
Yeah.
And get out of here? And but of course we stayed, and boy, that fourth quarter was well worth every penny that we spent. That was
Jake, risk reward, risk reward.
I know.
Wow.
You're never going to leave a game early again. You're never even going to think about it again. That's a good lesson learned. All right.
That is a good lesson, yeah.
Jake Falcon, good to catch up with you. Congrats on the Chiefs. That sounds like a really exciting thing to be a part of if you're a Chiefs fan.
I can't believe you almost left.
I know. That's amazing.
And it really was such an amazing game. Like, just the turnaround.
But I can
was
see it. But I can sort of see it.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, they're really
going to have to pull there, right?
Yeah,
where
absolutely.
You're like, this isn't
going. You know what? The traffic's going to be terrible, honey. It's like, let's just get back to the hotel.
Get so practical.
Have a nice drink. Like we got an early flight in the morning. Like whatever it's going to be. All right. Jake Falcon is founder and CEO. Falcon Wealth Advisors joining us on the phone from Mission Woods, Kansas.
We're going to stay with the financial sector and the industry and the investment folks involved because there was some deal flow today. It was among our most read. I think it was the most read on the Bloomberg today about Franklin buying Legg Mason. Didn't necessarily see this one, but further consolidation among the investment managers. I guess, Jason, bigger is better.
Yeah, maybe the big three becomes the big four. We're going to put that question to Annie Massa. She's been working hard the last month or so, keeping track of everything going on in the world of big money. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser right here with you on a Monday afternoon. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street began its holiday-shortened week with a mostly lower session as Apple's sales warning brought coronavirus concerns back to the forefront. The Dow Jones Industrial Average tumbled 166. The S&P 500 lost 10. The Nasdaq Composite gained 2 points, eking out an all-time high. Apple lost nearly 2% after it warned that sales this quarter may miss estimates due to the coronavirus. For Apple, it's been a double whammy, impacting China's role as both the manufacturer and consumer of its products. Walmart climbed nearly 1.5%. Investors overlooked its weaker-than-expected holiday sales after its outlook for this year met forecasts. As Intel looks to back away from areas where it isn't competitive, it may be looking to sell its connected home division. Sources say it's in talks to sell the business, which makes chips that provide wireless connections for home networks, to Max Linear. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
You're fierce. You take care of business and don't hold back. Taking care of your health shouldn't be any different. You know when something's off. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, and rashes. Listen to your body. It could be lupus. We're here to help you take control. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscribe.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, another election story, but this one with a twist.
We need changing, gotta check me a vote. I got LGBT rights and I'm a legalized dope. America's going broke and I ain't gonna sit back. While Creepy Joe looks at little girls like they some snacks.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Bayless. Follow and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and advocating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC. Member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Hi, I'm your host, Smokey Cole Bear, filling in for Smokey because after 75 years of...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Turns out there's much more to say. Nearly 90% of wildfires are caused by us humans being careless. dumping our used barbecue coals willy-nilly? Guess the song was wrong. We did start the fire. That's why I respect Mother Nature and her trees, whether coniferous or new car scented. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrell.
Is that good for American finance?
What is happening with the head count?
Right, where it counts. Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
So coming up, we're going to talk about big money. Makes the world go round.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Rush said.
Bigger money being consolidated in fewer hands, I feel like, at this point. So we'll talk about what's going on when it comes to some deal flow, what it means for the money management industry. In the meantime, back to Charlie Pellet. A bunch of news after the closing bell, Charlie.
Yeah, it got real busy all of a sudden. Lots of earnings after the bell, and that's what we love doing here at Bloomberg. Let us begin with Blue Apron. Says it is evaluating a range of options, including a sale. Blue Apron reported a loss per share for the fourth quarter that was wider than the average analyst estimate, shares slumping by roughly 5%. Also after earnings, Agilent, its shares are lower. Agilent makes instruments and software. Forecast adjusted earnings per share for the second quarter. The guidance missing the average analyst estimate. It sees second quarter adjusted EPS in the range of 72 to 76 cents. Estimates have been for 3.9%. Estimates have been a little bit higher than that. Shares moving lower by just about 3%. Lazy Boy up by 1.5%. It reported adjusted earnings per share for the third quarter that beat the highest analyst estimate. And Groupon, big news out of there. Shares plunging right now by 25.6%. GRPN, the ticker on Groupon, it reported adjusted earnings per share for the fourth quarter that missed the lowest analyst estimate. Now, as for the earnings backdrop, Lauren Goodwin is multi-asset portfolio manager at New York Life Insurance.
You have 2019 earnings growth looking at about 0%, revisions coming down really quickly for this year. To me, that means that equity markets are pricing in this perfect concoction of political stability, economic reflation in the second half of the year, and that just isn't what the second half of the year looks like for me, so I'm not buying into that story. Again, we're pretty defensive from a positioning perspective.
And just want to update you on Agilent shares now lower by 0.9%. Turned out to be a mixed day here. NASDAQ at a record up 1.5 points today. S&P lower, down by 9, drop there of 0.3%. Apple certainly weighing on the market today. Apple lower by 1.8% after those comments about earnings in China. Dow Industrial slumped 165 points, down 0.6%. 10-year up 7/30 seconds with a yield of 1.55%. We've got gold up 1.3%, 16.02 the ounce. Crude oil, West Texas Intermediate, up 0.2%, 52.15 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master, along with my co-host Jason Kelly, and we are Bloomberg Radio.
Let's work together. Come on, let's work together.
All right, I love the headline for this story because it really has a nice twist, turn of phrase at the end. Franklin buys Legg Mason in an effort to survive passive era. That really sums it up. I mean,
it's so
we're
true.
Going passive. You got to be bigger. Annie Massa has the whole story. She's an investing reporter for Bloomberg. We've been working her hard over the past, few years on this beat, Annie. So what's going on? What's the latest here with Franklin and Legg?
So Franklin announced a $4.5 billion deal to buy Legg Mason. These are two very old active managers with a combined something like 2 centuries of history between them. And the reason that we put that headline on there is just to show that this is another sign that you have to either grow to compete and survive or be super niche and focused. And what Franklin's trying to do here is just grow its asset base as it kind of suffers from continued outflows.
So I have 2 questions. Is this a good combination? And what will it mean going up against the likes of Vanguard and BlackRock and State Street, right? Those are the 3 biggies.
Those are the 3 biggest global asset managers. And the thing that they all have in common is that they're largely driven by index funds.
Right.
And that's part of what the issue is here. So Franklin, for example, started its own ETF business, but it's really a symbol of how hard it is to compete in the ETF business if you're not entrenched there.
Right.
Its funds have something like $2 billion in assets, really not a lot in that domain. So these are active managers. It's really a combo of active managers. It does give some added benefits, especially in places like alternatives and fixed income, the combination. So that's one of the reasons that they're seeing and saying that this could be a good combo.
Big win for Nelson Peltz.
Yeah, that's right. A huge windfall there.
Explain.
He took a 4.5% stake in Legg Mason about a year ago, got a seat on the board, and obviously they knew he meant business, and they started taking some actions ahead of this, but obviously this is the big deal.
Exactly. So, definitely pretty happy about that news today. And I think really looking to navigate forward, these two combined firms are trying to say, okay, we're betting that even in an era where passive is dominating, we can stand strong in this active niche.
So what happens next? In this broader business.
Yeah, like
more deal making?
Is there somebody else? Like we're going to start seeing a wave of consolidations of a lot of smaller shops?
Yeah, this continues a big wave of consolidation that we've been seeing. We saw Invesco and Oppenheimer funds, Janus Henderson, Standard Life Aberdeen, all examples of how much pressure is on the active management industry. Now, it's worth noting that it's not always the best solution to merge to survive. Even if it looks like that's the only option, there have been some client outflows in these cases because, clients get skittish post-merger. What they've been saying, what they said on the call with Franklin and Legg is that they're going to maintain the independence of these affiliates that Legg Mason incorporates. So they're going to try and stem client outflows that way. Yeah. But it certainly happens that in the case of a big merger like this, clients will move away.
What does it mean for clients, all of this consolidation? Because typically we don't want to see so much power concentrated in a few hands, right? That, you think about
for pricing and things like that.
Exactly.
Price costs for active and passive management are both under pressure. Ultimately, I think clients have benefited from that pricing pressure. But at a certain point, you're going to have fewer and fewer options in terms of who you go to.
Right.
All right. Annie Massa, thank you, as always, for keeping us honest on the world of big money. And, it really does feel like it's of a piece. We talked last week about the Vanguard private equity incursion.
One of the big stories of 2020, no doubt about it.
Yeah, for sure.
All this consolidation. I love that whole idea of concentrated power and what it means. So good stuff.
All right. Coming up, yes?
Can I just tell you, I know Groupon is a $3 stock. It is down 21% in the after hours.
Yeah, even with, all these ballers coming in to try and save it.
Yeah.
You're so skeptical.
Well, I just think I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting company. Ted Leonsis, who we've had on this program, he's the chairman. They're obviously getting out of some businesses, but the people who are bringing on board, I was looking at that a little bit. Chief Customer Officer over at Pizza Hut, she's joining the board. They made the interim CFO, the permanent CFO. It does feel like you don't hear a lot lot about Groupon
Not anymore. I don't,
Back in the day, like it
was huge.
6 years ago, you did hear a lot about it 10 years ago.
That's how quickly things change. Bed Bath & Beyond, by the way, is up 3.6%. So those wider aisles, see?
I know.
They're going to make a difference.
They are going to make
Might be the share buyback, too, that's going to make a difference.
They're going to get you back. And if you get Carol Massard, the saying goes, you get America.
All right, everyone, let's get a check on world and national news headlines. For that, let's get back to Ed Baxter. He's in San Francisco. Hey, Ed.
All right. Hey, Carol, good to hear you. Director, U.S. National Institute of Infection, Dr. Anthony Fauci, is saying, as of today, the risk in the U.S. from the Wuhan coronavirus is very, very small.
But if it turns into a global pandemic, we could have a significant problem, and that's the reason why we're taking it very seriously.
And Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says aid is going to countries not prepared to handle spread, and he calls on China to be more transparent now.
It took us too long to get the medical experts into country. We wish that could have happened more quickly, but we are hopeful that the Chinese government will increase its transparency.
And in China, purchases are being tracked now. That's electronic purchases. And China's actually trying to wash the currency. The Trump clemency carnival continues. Clemency or prison commutation of sentences today for Rod Bogdanovich.
He'll be able to go back home with his family after serving 8 years in jail. That was a tremendously powerful, ridiculous sentence, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many others.
And Michael Milken, former New York Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, and former 49er owner Eddie DeBartolo. The new NPR PBS Marist poll is good news for Bernie Sanders and Mike Bloomberg. Sanders at 31%, Bloomberg at 19%. That qualifies for Bloomberg to be on the debate stage tomorrow, and he will be there. Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli says both campaigns are looking forward to it.
Senator Bernie Sanders, according to sources connected to his campaign, say that they are very much looking forward to drawing an economic as well as a policy contrast to Bloomberg.
Michael Bloomberg is founder of Bloomberg LP, parent of Bloomberg.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power Award information, visit jdpower.com/award.
Hey, have you heard? The Mayor of London has launched his latest van scrappage scheme to help tackle London's toxic air. Small businesses or sole traders like me with a polluting van could now get £7,000, which you could use to trade up to a Euro 6 vehicle. And you could get an extra £2,500 towards running costs if you go electric. The scheme is now even easier to qualify for, and it's open to any businesses with up to 50 employees, like mine. So, I'm going to search TfL scrappage to see if I'm eligible and apply. You should do the same. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Jennifer from Glasgow writes, I first set eyes on you when my brother brought you home. I wanted you. I didn't care what he'd say. He left the room. We couldn't stop ourselves. Delicious. Apart from the gherkins. Your 2 juicy patties, crisp lettuce, onions, cheese and Big Mac sauce. Utter perfection.
You can now spend even longer with the taste you love with the Grand Big Mac, but only until the 24th of March. Served after 11 a.m., subject to availability, participating restaurants only.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn. When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and tune in on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Major League Baseball is back. Are you ready to unlock the 2020 season with TuneIn Premium?
And this one is gone! It hits the foul pole!
Be there from day one with every single game of spring training, rivalry games, split squads, Cactus League, Grapefruit League. TuneIn Premium has it all. Then, when the pitch count starts for real, experience live and on-demand access to every game, everywhere you go, from opening day to the World Series. Don't miss out on the action. Search Premium to upgrade today.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Lots of earnings after the bell. Agilent shares lower by about 1%. Agilent makes instruments and software at forecast adjusted EPS for the second quarter. The guidance missed the average analyst estimate. Lazy Boy shares, they are up by just about 1.5%. It reported adjusted earnings per share for the third quarter that beat the highest analyst estimate. Blue Apron, number of important headlines from the meal kit delivery company. Blue Apron evaluating a range of options, including a sale. Those other options could perhaps include a capital raise, sale of the company, or assets, or some combination of those. Its shares trading lower now by 1.4%. Mixed day on Wall Street. Record for NASDAQ. A little change, but higher nonetheless, up by 1 point at 97.32. S&P down 9, down 0.3%. The Dow dropped 165 points, down 0.6%. 10-year up 8/30 seconds with a yield of 1.55%. Gold also higher today, up 1.3%. 16.02 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%. 52.17 a barrel. Recapping, S&P lower today, down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Jason Kelly on this Tuesday. I want to shift our conversation a little bit. Talk about, though, something that I feel like covers so many of our conversations here around the table in our studio. Digital transformation, but this specifically when it comes to global energy and manufacturing. Craig Heyman is CEO of the software provider Aviva. He's that is the application software company, and he's in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So nice to have you here. And I will say, I feel like, Craig, every conversation we have does have some component of it talking about what the digital world is doing to it. Tell us a little bit about what you guys are working on specifically when it comes to the energy space and manufacturing. I'm especially interested in manufacturing.
Yeah, it's interesting, the story earlier about COVID-19.
Yeah.
For example, the impact in China, of course, most important is the human element around that. But just to think about that as it relates to energy and manufacturing, for the last 20 years, we've been building these ever longer supply chains. And so now we're entering a phase where you want to bring those supply chains closer to you because you want to minimize the impact from sort of global shifts. So now you look at the manufacturing sector itself, and it's very inefficient. The first industry to use digital technology 20, 30 years ago, the first computers for CAD systems and monitoring data off of oil wells, for example, but the last to use it at scale, like the areas of artificial intelligence, machine learning. These are areas, cloud is another one.
Right.
These are highly scalable, very cheap technologies, but they're really not being delivered at scale in the industrial sector. The last industry to be digitalized.
So what could they be doing?
Well,
they're not.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this and you'd say, do the same as what every other industry did, financial services, retail. Look at the data, and as Bloomberg does this great, is use the data to run your business, to make decisions. So bring that data out of all of the operating facilities, all of the oil and gas facilities, the refineries, the vessels, the upstream facilities. Use it from the paint shop that's painting automotives. Use that data and figure out how you can drive more efficiency into those systems. And an area where they're really inefficient is failure, unplanned downtime, as we call it. So, using technology, you can predict when something will fail before it fails. Think about this. You drive your car, you get a check engine light to let you know there's a problem.
Right.
Well, if you're running
that's the light I always ignore. No, I'm just
Yes, yeah. Well, it's interesting. You used to ignore it because it was wrong, and it would cost you $100 to take it there and to find that out.
Right.
A false positive. Well, in manufacturing, it's evolved to the point where we can eradicate those false positives. So you can drive a piece of equipment not like it's your family sedan car. Drive it like it's a Formula One race car. Just bring it in for the pit change at the right time so that you can run efficiently and effectively.
So more about maintenance and managing that maintenance and managing that downtime. And rather than it being all of a sudden a surprise and kind of screwing up the whole process.
Exactly right. So when you look into manufacturing, you think about, this is the staples of our lives. We're involved in what's known as discrete batch and process. So the important things in life: beer, yogurt, coffee, energy. These things are, we're less involved in.
Have you been checking out our profile?
I feel profiled.
Yeah, right.
Less, the discretionary spend like consumer electronics or white goods. So these things, there's a constant demand for it. Those who provide those sort of core materials of our lives, they want to drive efficiency and effectiveness into it without increasing consumption. And so what they can do now is look into their manufacturing footprint and use technology to reduce their operational cost. It's astounding. One of our customers, they run our software 12 times a year. They generate $100 million of economic value every time they run it. It's astounding return. And all of that cost is in these businesses to get today.
That value, that numerical number, is that because there isn't that unexpected downtime? Like, how do you define that?
You can optimize. In that situation, you're optimizing what's known as the feedstock. So a simple example is oil comes out of the ground. It has a certain sulfur content. Now look at all your refinery capacities, ships at sea, spot market prices, storage facilities, burst an optimization up into the cloud, optimize where you route that oil the minute it comes out of the ground based on the end market, and you've generated a whole bunch of economic value.
All right, so let me, if I can, shift the conversation a little bit. You're based over in Cambridge in the UK. We talked for literally years about Brexit. Obviously, we're eager to know what's the impact sort of around you, because a lot of the Sturm and Drang around Brexit was around manufacturing, was around, companies of all shapes and sizes, including companies like yours. What are you seeing?
Well, the weather in England has not improved since January 31st. I mean, that's a constant reminder. Look, there was uncertainty up until January 31st. For us, it's 10% of our business. So again, if you think about, I think of this as sort of ring fencing. China's 5% of business, UK 10%. But what happens is in the UK, it's that uncertainty that sort of paralyzed people from taking action, because you don't really know which way.
All the way back to 2016, there was uncertainty, right?
Yes. So there is benefit from certainty. The only real remaining issue that we have is we have employees in the UK who are European citizens, and we have British individuals who are in Europe. And so we committed to our employees, look, independent of where it ends up, where you're able to work, you'll have a job with us. So it's our way of giving some little bit of certainty to the employees. Now, it's still early days. It's a long way to go. Now, let's also put it more broadly. The UK has gone through dramatic change. Think about energy. The UK